cheering the democratization of investment in the way that you described? In other words, is having all of these options available to retail investors a positive thing inherently, or is this something that gives you pause? Again, a kind of regular investor's ability now to invest in the kinds of bespoke or, dare I say, kind of boutique funds you're talking about?
Well, there's a couple of things. I have mixed feelings, right? So my entire company is focused on making all successful to mass affluent financial advisors and their clients. So most investors, and I'm certainly supportive of that. The reason I became so passionate about alts was because I got exposed to them during the financial crisis when I was working for a hedge fund, and I thought to myself, wow, there's some really interesting stuff here. I wish my dad could invest in something like this. It might have helped him kind of manage the risk in his portfolio during the financial crisis. So there's value. But the problem is, as I noted, there's not always the best product that's being pushed here. A lot of it is just well-packaged marketing. And I see that more and more, especially with some of the innovations coming out in crypto buffers and crypto hedge products and levered crypto products. Those things concern me. I think my biggest concern is the lack of education, the lack of proper classification, the push for these new and exciting things under the guise of, well, now you can finally access it, but not really having the understanding of some of the complexities of these products. And so there are a lot of places where even the average investor, even though it is accessible to them, there are gates that are hurdles they have to jump in order to actually make the investment. I know most people, if you were to go into your Fidelity or Schwab account today, most people, not all people, but most people, if you have not made your risk tolerance uber aggressive and you try to trade an alternative ETF, you can't. You'll get blocked out of it. So there are some hurdles to that extent. I think the bigger problem is that there's the lack of education, because I actually believe that the broader investment professional universe, that pool, maybe isn't as knowledgeable about these products as they would like to be, and there's some fear associated with that. But rather than addressing it, having intellectual curiosity and having resources which you can become educated, I think that's the missing link that concerns me, is just things being packaged and marketed really well, but not fully understanding the complexity or even the design elements, especially with interval funds of these products.
Shannon, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate learning about your part of the business and getting a few minutes of your time. Shannon Sissel, she's the founder and CEO of Brighteon Capital Management. With our news in New York City.
Thank you very much, Paul, David, Lisa. With the government shutdown now in day 14, Senate Republicans are expected to force a vote tonight on their clean spending bill, but it is unlikely to pass. Democrats say they are holding firm on health care demands. Top Republicans like House Speaker Mike Johnson warns that the government could be in for one of the longest shutdowns in its history. Fellow Republican Congressman Mike Lawler of New York is blaming the Democrats.
AOC and Zohran Mamdani and the progressive left are driving the ship here. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have been petrified to do their jobs, and so they shut the government down for fear of a primary challenge from the left, and to show their progressive base that they're quote-unquote fighting back, resisting President Trump. And it's fundamentally wrong.
There are more than 750,000 furloughed federal workers. Families in Israel and Gaza are reuniting with their family members as the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas starts. Yesterday, Israel and Hamas released hostages and prisoners. There are questions when Hamas will return to Israel all the bodies of the 24 hostages believed to be dead and held in Gaza. Only 4 were turned over to Israeli authorities on Monday. Cardinal of Chicago, Blaise Supich, called on the Catholic Church to have a moral and ethical voice about immigration. The remarks come during the Trump administration's crackdown on undocumented immigrants. Cardinal Supich said the administration's aggressive tactics are intended to terrorize.
Our pastors are telling us that attendance at Mass, particularly in Latino communities, is down because people are afraid to come out. That's very sad. but they're also afraid to go to grocery stores, get medical help.
The Cardinals' comments follow Pope Leo's call for church leaders themselves to be more vocal about the issue. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Paul, David, Lisa.
All right, Michael Barr, thank you so much. We appreciate that. David, now this is when you know AI is going mainstream. Walmart is teaming up with OpenAI to enable shoppers to browse and purchase its products on ChatGPT.
This on this Tuesday morning, but as we see the wide web of AI making its way to Walmart, that's pretty wild.
I mean, it makes it easy because a lot more people are searching ChatGPT for different things, and now you can just search and buy all in one space.
That seems pretty cool.
Yeah.
Fresh food isn't included in the offer, partly because consumers buy similar products weekly, and this new function is going to launch in the fall. So you think you'll play along with it?
I think it makes it a lot easier because I do use ChatGPT. And if it can shop, if I can do it in one click, I mean, come on, it's all about making your life easier.
Cutting edge technology. You're not scribbling down the little shopping list and then bringing it.
This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and simulcasting on X Spaces. We're going to go over the market news, anything that breaks in terms of breaking news, and the tariff war that is starting to escalate between the United States and China. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate that you're watching. I also republish these videos on the different channels. I have 5 channels on YouTube now. So subscribe to the 5 channels. I also have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can follow me on X and on GETTR. You can also follow me on TikTok, Substack, and Patreon. If you like the content that I do, all this content is for free. Please help support the work by subscribing to Substack, be a Patreon subscriber, donating on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All those different modalities are a great way to help support the work that I do. Again, all these videos are for free. I put thousands of videos out there for free so people can learn about how to improve their health, have longevity, slow down the aging process, but also understand what's going on in the world and how it affects your finances. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. I have products on my store that will help with your health, but not just that, I also have ebooks and I have course material on immunology and pulmonology. So take a look at those. Those are great ways to learn about how your body works in terms of the pulmonary system and your immune system. And by doing that, you're helping support the work and learning about how your body is functioning and reducing that power differential between you and your physician. When you have more understanding of how your body works, you'll be able to improve your health outcomes. So please go to my store and take a look at those great course materials on immunology and pulmonology. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. All right, let's go to Fox News talking about Mamdani.
You know how hard it is to keep a tree fresh and clean, safe and back.
Let's talk a little bit about Letitia James. Joining me now is Paul Morrow. He is a retired NYPD inspector and Fox News contributor. Plus, Jake Blumenkrantz, New York State Assemblyman, who worked closely with Mamdani. And we're going to be talking about Mamdani in just a second. But first of all, Tish James, is she going down?
Look, the case has the benefit of being really simple. If you read the indictment, you don't need to be a lawyer. It essentially comes down to this. She buys the house, she gets the loan saying it's not an investment property. Then she puts a tenant in who reportedly pays.
She gets money out of it.
And it's an investment property. And here's where she's in real trouble. Under her own tax returns, she
tax
claims
fraud
it as an investment property and takes write-offs relative to repairs that she's done on.
So Letitia James not only did mortgage fraud, but what was really the getter to get her was tax fraud.
Property. Those two things are internally inconsistent, irrespective of what her defense is, what the prosecution says. 2 + 2 can't equal 5 here. So consequently, I think she's going to have to answer this out. I think they're going to get past all the motions to dismiss. You're hearing, oh, it's never going to get to trial. It's never going to get to trial. I don't agree with that. The AUSA, the U.S. attorney that brought it, legitimately appointed by Donald Trump, was still under the 120-day temporary status. I think it goes forward. And here's the thing. She gets to trial and she loses. That's her career. Because, by definition,
you can't be an AG.
Conviction, you're out.
Yeah, you can't be an AG if you don't have a lawyer's license. Jake, let me talk a little bit about Mamdani. Maybe you knew this, but I didn't. I hadn't seen this tape until it came out on X Post a couple of days ago. But where Mamdani literally is using a Marxist line to talk about public housing. He wants to get rid of private housing in this city. Possibly it's his goal for the whole nation. Let me just roll that and get your comment. Roll it.
We'll have to go beyond the market. We won't decommodify housing overnight, but we know what we have to do, and we have history to guide us.
Decommoditize housing. That is Marxist newspeak for essentially taking the value out of your house that people have put incredible amounts of money into. I mean, is he serious? This is pure Marxism.
I think where we have to ask, is he serious? Is he says he has history to guide us. History of what? What has happened in the Soviet Union, what's happened in every failed socialist experiment we've ever seen throughout U.S. history. What we've seen is the success of capitalism. And what this individual, this assemblyman, Zoran, is trying to do is he is trying to use this socialist playbook to win people over, only to destroy our city. This is not the only socialist playbook rule he's taken out. He is constantly using them. He's constantly using rhetoric like this. And on a day like today, when we're releasing the hostages, he's posting about celebrating UNRWA.
By the way, we know New Yorkers not better than anybody, because the same thing happened in Chicago with places like Cabrini Green, etc. Public housing ends up as filthy, drug-infested, crime-infested areas. It's not something that people desire to live in.
The worst landlord in New York City is New York City, is our public housing here. And what he wants to do is make everything a public commodity just like that. And you can ask anyone who lives in one of those housing projects whether they like the way it's run or not, and you're going to get the same.
By the way, has he said anything about this peace deal? I haven't heard any. He was talking about Israel and Gaza about 5 times a day before the peace deal. Now he's not mentioning a word about it.
He made one post. He posted that he's celebrating his 5K run with UNRWA, an organization that's been linked to Hamas. So I think he speaks volumes. The left likes to say silence is violence. I can't think of a more violent comment than that.
Paul, if he is elected, and he may not be, I mean, Curtis Lee was making some strides here, but if he is elected, what do cops do?
So listen, nobody takes the police job for the money, right? You're going to be sorely disabused quite quickly. So what does that mean? Once you take the white hat off the police, that is the reason they took the job to begin with, something that they feel good about, it becomes very, very hard to get up and show up for work. That's number one. Number two, at the very least, they're going to be extremely defensive. But let's remember something. Aside from the fact that they're going to be in a defensive crouch, you do have less than, let's say, 5 years on, which there's been a lot of hiring recently. You're going to start to look around to yourself and you're going to say, you know what? A, the city's going broke because of this guy. B, I'm the bad guy. What cops talk about when they sit in police cars, when they're between answering jobs, is not, I'm worried about getting shot. I'm worried about getting indicted, because that's becoming more and more prevalent. I feel like they have a target on their backs. And so what's going to happen is they're going to look around, they're going to say, Florida's offering a $30,000 signing bonus. South Carolina is offering $30,000 in immediate pay raises. and a take-home car, and a better lifestyle, and I'm not the bad guy. Who would stick around?
Yeah.
And that's what is going to happen.
The city's already broke, Jake. You work with this guy. Is he smart enough to realize that he can't print money? That either he gets a bailout from Washington, which ain't going to happen with Donald Trump in the White House, or he's going to have to cut back on his plans of free this, free that, free everything.
I think he wants to turn, as we've seen lately, our buses into roving shelters, as who's going to use a free bus all the time, as we've seen in other cases. But the reality is New York's are going to face a serious situation when they see his plans implemented in the way they do. And right now we're seeing his Albany Democratic allies saying they're going to fall in line. They're going to do what he wants. They're going to raise taxes the way he wants, and New Yorkers are going to pay the ultimate price for it.
By the way, there's no such thing as a free bus. There's no such thing as a free lunch, but somebody's got to pay for the gas. Somebody's got to pay the drivers. Somebody's got to pay for the buses and the upkeep. I mean, to say that free bus service is going to be possible is not true.
Look, he is using the Soviet playbook, just Latin. Right?
Yeah. All right, Paul, Jake, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
All right, let's listen in to CNN dealing with a potential sticking point for this Gaza ceasefire deal.
Thursday night football on Prime.
It's on.
Thursday night.
This week, it's an old.
This morning, President Trump says phase 2 of the ceasefire in Gaza is underway, but phase 1 is not yet complete, with Hamas failing to release 24 of 28 bodies of hostages. So how will phase 2 get underway, and what will happen in a mostly destroyed Gaza in the meantime? Joining me now, retired Colonel Cedric Layton, our CNN military analyst, and CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Thank you both for being here this morning. First to you, Kim, I mean, hasn't Hamas already broken the ceasefire deal, because all of the hostages, alive or dead, were supposed to be handed over around the same time? Could this threaten the ceasefire?
Well, Hamas had always warned that it might take more than 72 hours to find all of the bodies. In some cases because they weren't held by Hamas, in other cases because the Hamas groups that were holding them, the individual units, might have gotten killed by Israeli airstrikes, and Hamas has lost contact with them. And also remember, right before the ceasefire, Hamas was under attack, so it couldn't be in constant contact with all of its different elements. Now that the Israelis aren't monitoring all the communications for targeting, they are reaching out and trying to find the different units and locate all of the bodies. But it's going to take time.
Let me ask you, Colonel Layton, President Trump had mentioned that they had approved Hamas as a police force for now in Gaza. And since then, Hamas has carried out executions of people that opposed it or that it claims were collaborating with Israel in some way. What does this tell you about whether Hamas will actually disarm?
Yes, sir. I don't think they're going to disarm, at least not voluntarily. So this is going to be a major sticking point, I think, for this peace process going forward. Hamas, has been able to exercise power in the areas that it controls right now, and that fact is, I think, going to play a large role in how this goes forward, because once Hamas exercises that control, they're not going to relinquish it. They'll be basically reestablishing themselves where they were in terms of their police powers, their governmental powers, and things like that. So if they're in charge of the civil administration, that's going to make a huge difference in terms of being able to carry out the provisions of this peace proposal.
Yeah, Kim, I want to stop for a second and let you hear what President Trump said about Gaza and rebuilding on Air Force One.
I'm talking about something very much different. I'm talking about rebuilding Gaza. I'm not talking about single state or double state or two state. We're talking about the rebuilding of Gaza. A lot of people like the one state solution. Some people like the two state solutions. We'll have to see. I haven't commented on that.
They're very different from the policies of the United States because the two-state solution has always been the desire. What do you make of this, and what does it mean for phase 2 of the ceasefire?
Well, to look at the larger Palestinian state issue, if President Trump wants to move ahead with the expansion of the Abraham Accords, Saudi Arabia and other Gulf nations have said they won't support expansion unless Israel commits to a two-state solution. So there's that. Eventually, they will change the channel on President Trump's thinking on that. But for now, the problem is that rebuilding in Gaza will only really be possible in the 50% plus areas that the IDF controls. I can't see other nations who committed forces for peacekeeping, like Indonesia has suggested that they might be willing, would be willing to put their people on the Hamas-controlled side and possibly have to clash directly with Hamas to take control. That means all the investment will go to the part where the IDF is in control, and possibly people will start coming to those areas. We're going to have a very confused and messy picture for some time to come, no matter what sort of promissory note got signed in Sharm el-Sheikh by all those leaders.
Yeah, Colonel Layton, I was going to ask you about the securing Gaza now. Excuse me, making it possible for there to be some movement towards rebuilding when about 70%, it's estimated, of the buildings, we're talking mostly homes, businesses, but also hospitals, schools, have been destroyed.
Yeah, that's exactly right, sir.
Your time is precious, and cleaning shouldn't take it away from what matters. It should create space.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Sarah. The UN is saying that that's the case, and some estimates are even higher than that in terms of the amount of destruction. But it's huge, the amount of destruction, regardless of which estimate you use. So that's going to complicate things. You know, the basic thing that you have to do is you have to bring in all these forces. If you're going to have a peacekeeping force, as Kim mentioned, Indonesia is probably one of the major players in this particular aspect of it, along with several of the Arab nations. That is going to be very difficult to insert them between the IDF lines as they exist right now and the areas that are controlled basically by Hamas. So that's, I think, one of the most difficult things, both logistically and operationally, that we're going to see. And if that's the case, then this peace process, the rebuilding, which really amounts to the rebuilding process, is going to have some major stumbling blocks associated with it, because if you don't have the security, you can't rebuild. That's basically the bottom line here.
Phase two is the most critical thing going forward, but also the most complicated. Colonel Cedric Layton, thank you so much to you and Kimberly Dozier as well.
Well, joining me now live from Beirut is Paul Salem. He is a current senior fellow as well as a former president and CEO of the Middle East Institute. Appreciate you being with us.
Thank you for having me.
So after watching the emotional return home of all 20 living hostages, the signing of the ceasefire agreement, and the release of nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners, President Trump says phase 2 of his peace plan has now begun. How hard will this next phase be, given it will require the disarming of Hamas and the implementation of Gaza's security and governance?
Well, first of all, what has happened is tremendously important, as your reporting indicated. The return of these hostages, the release of prisoners from the Palestinian side really underlines, hopefully, the end of the most intense conflict that we've seen over the last 2 years. And the return of these hostages and prisoners for their families and loved ones is a tremendous achievement. I think President Trump deserves a lot of credit for that, as well as the Arab mediators that put a lot of pressure on Hamas as well. But indeed, the second step, or the second phase of this agreement, I think will be much more difficult to implement. On the Hamas side, as mentioned, they have not agreed to disarm. They don't want to deal themselves out of the Palestinian future, neither politically nor militarily. They have given up the hostages, and that means they've given up a lot of leverage. But they can also hope that maybe Israeli assaults on them will be less severe now that the hostages have been released. On the Israeli side, the Netanyahu government and its right-wing allies, Smotrich and Ben Gvir, all of them, I think, are not enthusiastic of bringing back another Palestinian authority of some kind into Gaza. That would limit their ability to operate in Gaza. They don't trust Hamas. They will leverage the fact that Hamas is not disarming in order not to give concessions on their side. And they are certainly not enthusiastic about bringing other armies, whether Arab armies or European armies, into Gaza. That would also limit their ability to move forward. So I think it's really President Trump's insistence, which is going to be critical. Will he be able to maintain his pressure and his focus, as well as other regional players?
So where does all this leave a two-state solution, given Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected it and President Trump sidestepped the issue when asked about it before heading back to Washington, saying we'll just have to see what happens if the US president refuses to commit to a Palestinian state in the end?
Well, I think it's very clear that the current Israeli government, much of Israeli public opinion, the current Knesset, has pretty much ruled out a two-state solution for now. Prime Minister Netanyahu is facing a challenging political year. There will be elections for the Knesset sometime either in November of next year or before that. So he's going to be very focused on his own short-term political survival. And given public opinion in Israel today, that will have to include not going towards talks towards a new two-state solution. That's why I think he and his government will be doing all they can to drag their feet on that issue. And I don't think U.S. pressure will be able to force Israel to go in that direction. But I think the two-state solution, at the end of the day, maybe it's a difficult solution, it's complex, its conditions don't seem to be there today, but there is no better solution, there's no other solution. But I think it will require the emergence of a new leadership in Israel. The Arab world is completely for it, ready to engage in all ways. The Palestinian Authority has been trying for it for decades. So I think it will require change in Israel, continued pressure from the United States in order to get there.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley will help to build muscle, bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, and detoxify your body. By bringing down inflammation and detoxifying your body regularly, that's going to help your endocrine system, your immune system, your joint health, even your brain function. Super important. A big part of aging is chronic inflammation. So please take this Gladiator Barley. This is going to help to build muscle, but also bring down inflammation, and you'll recover quicker after your workouts. And take Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It has a very comprehensive compound profile shown on the screen. You can read the label on my website. But this will help with your heart, your vascular system, your brain function, musculature, rev up your metabolism, and increase your energy levels. You're going to notice the effects of this within 72 hours. You're going to have a steady burn of energy. You're going to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to be able to concentrate. And over time, what you're going to notice is you're having more vitality. You're going to be more active. And taking it every day, you're going to notice that your musculature is better, your sleep is better, your brain functions better, your cardiovascular health is better. You have a steady burn of energy throughout the whole day. And by moving around and being more active, you're just going to have a better quality of life. So please go to my store, get the Boomer Boost. This is a very important supplement to take every day. And if you're an athlete, you can use this as a pre or post-workout fuel source. Now, a great way to benefit from this is to stack these together, to take the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator Barley and do some resistance training, but also some cardio, some stretching and balancing exercises are important. And by doing that, you're going to really control your A1C levels. A lot of people in the United States have problems with their blood glucose levels. Well, you want to control that? Take these, get the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator Barley, stack them together, but you can take them separately, but you get a synergistic benefit by stacking them. And because we're in the fall and winter season, it's really important to prepare. You can do that by getting the drops and the lozenges from my store. You can get it in elderberry zinc, and you can get it, the drops in cherry, honey and lemon, for blueberry. Get a few bags for your household, all right? And by doing that, you're going to be prepared for the fall and the winter. The moment you have that throat irritation, take the drops and the lozenges. Have some at work, have some at home. But the moment you have that throat irritation, mitigate it right away by attacking it. So please go to my store, use discount 5, all caps, discount the number 5. You get $5 off any order. But it's really important to prepare for the fall and winter season. But also, if you pay attention to my advice, you're going to slow down the aging process. I'm giving you the tools, the recipe to actually slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system. So please go to my store, get that Boomer Boost and Gladiator Barley, get the lozenges and the drops, be prepared for the fall and winter, boost up that immune system. All right, we're going to go to another video dealing with Trump's "Don't worry about China" message sends shockwaves through Wall Street.
President Trump striking a calmer tone on China, and the Bears are backing up.
I have a great relationship with President Xi. He's a very tough man. He's a very smart man. He's a great leader for their country. He's a great leader. And I have a great relationship with him. I think we'll get it set. I know what happened. I really understand what happened. And I'm not even saying he's wrong. But then we met him with something much tougher than what he did to us.
Welcome to the Big Money Show. I'm Brian Brenberg, along with my co-host Jonathan Honig, Dagan McDowell, Jackie DeAngelis, and with us for the hour, Michael Lee Strategy founder, Michael Lee. Welcome, everybody. Well, just days after warning of new tariffs and threatening to cancel his next meeting with President Xi, President Trump took to Truth Social, writing, "Don't worry about China. It'll all be fine." That was enough to bring back the bulls after sharp stock declines on Friday and a weekend that saw nearly $20 billion in crypto wiped out. The White House says the new 100% tariff on China imports will still take effect in November, but Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the president's goal isn't confrontation.
We are taking sound measures to right this problem, and we don't want to have to flex and show the Chinese that we, as President Trump says, we do have more cards, whether it's on software, whether it's on minerals, whether it's on financial services.
Okay, a little back and forth between.
Hey traders, welcome back to the Trading View channel. In this video, we're introducing our new AI indicator, which we've developed in partnership with OpenAI.
Okay, a little back and forth between last Friday and today. What do you make of it, Michael?
So, first, as an investor, every single sell-off from a trade-related headline as it comes to President Trump has been a buying opportunity. Going back 7 years, every single one of them. I bought some Ethereum on Friday night because there was some there's absolute total crypto destruction to a lot of levered longs on Friday nights. Already seeing a little nice healthy return off of that bounce. But look, President Trump always tries to negotiate from a position of strength. With that chaos, with maximum chaos, you create maximum leverage. And so this is the world that he lives in. And after that carnage starts happening and saying, I'm going to do this tariff and that tariff and this tariff, you have buttons to push as it pertains to China, where the flip side is China has buttons to push with us as well. And this rare earth minerals is absolutely one of them. They're essential for defense products, for batteries. And it's not the minerals themselves, it's the refining capacity. And China has as much as 95% of the world's refining capacity. And so, there's a Defense Department goal to get capacity up online, district capacity up online by 2027. We'll see if that happens, but I'm glad
I'm going to interrupt this video and then go back to it. But the S&P 500 is trading at 6,571. I still have a year-end target of 6,800 to 7,000. The probability of it being about 6,800 by year end is around 70%. And the probability of it reaching 7,000 by year end is probably around 30% or so. All right. Now, the VIX is trading at 22.32. Now, if you watched my market analysis, I think it was episode 64. That was about a week ago. That analysis is a little bit over a week old. But I was talking about the heteroscedastic aspect of the VIX, and that there's a periodicity, and that we were going to have in October or November a spike that's above 20. Well, we now have that spike above 20. So if we close out with a higher VIX today, I think that the next VIX spike is probably going to be in December or January. All right. So if you've been paying attention to the analysis that I've been giving people, you'll see things, because I've been doing this for a long time. You will benefit from my perspective and my analysis and experience, especially in volatile markets. So I said that the VIX was going to spike in October or November. Now the reason being is that VIX will spike and then come back down. It'll spike up and then come back down really quick. There's this heteroscedastic aspect to it. It comes up and then comes down. It doesn't stay elevated. And another thing to watch is when it does spike over these periodicities, is it declining the peak from the previous peaks, or is it increasing? Now, if we get another spike that's above the 22 or 23 level in December or January, most likely we're going to see a spike that's more than 35 on the VIX. Well, if that's the case, then it probably behooves you to wait this out by year end and then really think about putting some money aside during the first quarter of next year to benefit from a larger correction. I think that if we see two more VIXs that are increasing, then we're probably going to start seeing maybe a 5% sell-off next year. But then that would be beneficial to buy in, and then it'll start to go above the 7,000 mark. But we have to look at the structure, the price structure, and have to look at the structure or the periodicity of the VIX. But I said over a week ago that there was going to be a VIX elevation in October or November. Now, what triggered it was the tariff news. Now, this tariff news will start to abate. And what's going to happen is that the institutional investors, they can't close their books with it being lower. They have to close their books being higher because they're going to use that in publication materials to try to get clients. So they're going to do everything in their power to boost up the market by year end. So there's a higher probability that's going to go up than down. But in January or February, that's a different story. And we have to look at the periodicity and we have to look at the price structure. And I will give you all that analysis, but we have to get through October, November, and December to have that structure to understand what the potentialities of a market downturn in the first quarter of next year. So right now we're trading at 6,580, and this is probably a good time to buy if you have cash on hand.
Markets coming back, I think we'll ultimately reach a amicable end with the Chinese government, even though they are somewhat of an enemy, but there's just too much money to be had.
Okay, so Jonathan, jump in here because Michael's saying, maximum chaos gives you maximum leverage. Maybe that's what we're seeing today.
I don't know. It didn't feel so great on Friday, maximum chaos, and the market was down 1,000 points.
I don't understand it. I mean, they used to joke about taco, Trump always chickens out. How is this not another one of those examples? It's like Friday, 100% tariff. Sunday, oh no, I was just kidding. Well, I'm an investor. How am I supposed to plan for that? You know, businessmen are always chided as being short-term oriented. Businessmen are the ones who have to think long-term. Seems like the president is literally thinking day to day, and frankly, it's costing investors money. I mean, on Friday, if you're saying there's going to be up to 100% tariff on China, you make moves, you make trades based on that. And on Sunday, it's like, well, no, I was just kidding. It just makes it very difficult to be a long-term investor when the government seems to be thinking more short-term than anyone else.
Jackie.
This is not taco. This is how he does it. This is how he negotiates. I think the markets are starting to understand that. How do you prepare when you're an investor? You keep a calm head. So you didn't sell stock on Friday, and maybe you used it as a buying opportunity. Now he comes out on Sunday, he says, don't worry about it. Everything's going to be okay. I told you, and this is my personal opinion, when he was talking about the shutdown in the military, and he said, don't worry about it, you're going to get paid. I believe him because I've seen how he does things. This is part of his negotiation process. Now, what's interesting here is that you've got two very strong leaders who know they're not going to get everything that they want. And Trump probably recognizes that internally as well. If he can get some of the things we want, as I've said from the beginning of all these trade negotiations, that's still a win that puts the United States in a better position than it was before. Like he said to Carney in the meeting in the Oval Office. What did he say? He said, I'm paraphrasing.
Hey traders, welcome back to the TradingView channel. In this video, we're introducing our new AI indicator, which we've developed in partnership with Open.
What did he say? He said, I'm paraphrasing, we want the same things. And Howard Lutnick chimed in and said, there's some conflicts here. There are conflicts here with China as well. But if he could score 1, 2, wins 2.5, however we're going to keep score, they're going to want to get something too. Then, you know, the United States does essentially win. He's not going to get everything. I think he knows that. I think the market knows that.
Dang.
Friday wasn't about President Trump. It wasn't about China. It was about the turmoil that is emerging in credit and private lending. There's never just one cockroach that comes out of the work. It's never just about First Brands. It's never just about Tricolor. This is a broad concern about private lending, about credit, about bad credits. We are an economy that functions on lending. We are a credit-dependent economy when it comes to many businesses, and particularly the consumer right now. And so the market was already primed, and I'm talking about a whole variety of asset classes, to sell off. And President Trump's tweet, or Truth Social, about China and what emerged as the day went on was the excuse to sell. China has become a much less important part of our economy and our trading relationship since his first term in 2018. The vast majority of our economy is us trading amongst ourselves. We've said that over and over again, but China's importance is shrinking. I understand that rare earth minerals and materials are critical, but to say, Jonathan, that, oh, how dare Trump?
Well, are we supposed to believe him or not, Dagan? When he says he's putting 100% tariffs on China, should I take that as truth, or is that just a negotiation tactic?
If your portfolio is based purely on what President Trump says on Truth Social, then I can't help it.
Well, it certainly has a pretty big impact on the market, didn't it? I mean, the moment he posted that truth, that's
exactly what I told you. If your portfolio is so vulnerable to one Truth Social post, it is about more than President Trump. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And I just wanted to note, and we can talk about it as the show rolls on, that the Committee to Unleash Prosperity.
And this is the reason why she's picking up on something, even though she doesn't talk as fluently as it would be nice on Fox News, but she's picking up on something that's really important. She's hinting at what I'm seeing, and that is that there's an over buying of the S&P 500, but it's not going to burst yet. There's an over investment in AI, especially with the Mag 7. And the use cases are going to be really benefiting the small cap, not the large cap, all right, so much. It's going to be the small cap stocks, the smaller businesses that are going to be benefiting, becoming more efficient, maybe even more creative in developing products and services to reach their customers. All right. There's an overbuild out of this AI infrastructure. This is very reminiscent of the dot-com bubble, but more so the railroad or the fiber optic cable companies that were laying the fiber optic cable to allow for high-speed internet. So I think those types of companies, railroads, fiber optic, and what happened during the burst of the investment boom for those will be very reminiscent to what we have today with the AI build out with the hyperscalers. But is it bursting now? No, I don't think so. I think it's really important for these institutional investors to close out the year at around 6,800 to 7,000 on the S&P 500 before it bursts. My take on this, and again, I want to take a look at the periodicity of the VIX. Listen to what's going on geopolitically, what's going on with tariffs, and also the price structure of the S&P 500. But it may behoove you in Q1, maybe even Q2 of next year, depending on the whole mosaic analysis, to put 25 to 50% of your portfolio in cash and wait it out, and wait, and let it burst and then buy in. But I don't think that the burst is yet. I think the burst is next year, and I wouldn't be surprised that it's Q1 or Q2. Now, sometimes you may have to wait 3 quarters, and then you're going to go like, oh man, I got my cash in some sort of CD, or I have it in a money market, and it's not earning that much, but the market's still going up. Well, at least half of your money is in the market and still appreciating. But what you're doing is you're waiting for that major correction, which will come. And when that major correction comes, it's going to drop 10%. And so when you deploy back in 25 or 50% of your money, and you're capturing that rise, and then the next wave of additional appreciation of the S&P 500. But I suspect that there's going to be a problem. There's going to be probably a problem at around 7,250 as a resistance level, and it's going to. There's maybe a big correction that will come after that, because I think that there's an overinvestment in the hyperscalers, but I don't think that the burst is yet. Not yet, unless there's some sort of bank. Some sort of bank that's having financial difficulty that might go under, something like that, like an SVB type situation. But this is the reason why you listen to the channel, because I have a unique perspective here on what's going on.
Extensive research survey. Brian has it in front of him
right here
about America's mineral reserves, how to unlock our $12 trillion treasure chest. The U.S. is blessed with some of the richest supplies of mineral wealth in the world. The total value of our domestic mineral reserves was estimated at $6.2 trillion about 8 years ago. But we have estimated that higher inflation, improved mining tech, it's $12 trillion. Mining these minerals would raise up to $1 trillion in revenue for the federal government. This is Steve Morton.
Have you tried XLOC, huh?
No, man. Sam is dead.
Just you know why.
For the federal government. This is Steve Morton, his group. So we could dig into that. But again, it's about us and about putting China on its ass.
Michael, let me ask you this, because Jonathan raises a point. Friday was clearly a down day. There were a lot of investors. I got home, my wife said, oh my gosh, what's going on in the markets today? Okay, But there's a separate question of how do you play that? How do you set yourself up for that? How do you think about that? How do you not have a Trump Truth Social dependent portfolio? How do you think about days like Friday, knowing we often get Mondays like this Monday?
Well, look, you always need to have some cash, right? So you can't buy the dip if you're 100% invested, right? And my opinion is you always have your names that you love, that you're trying to add to. So Palantir is a name that I've ridden, since sub 20. It's now 180 bucks. If that stock sells off to 150 or 140 on an ugly day, here's an opportunity to add to that position for someone or someone who might not have been able to participate in that. We didn't get that sell off there. Ethereum is on a one-way ticket to the moon. We were close to 5,000. I bought some at roughly 3,700 on Friday. So I use this opportunity for crypto because the leverage inherent in cryptocurrency with the futures trading. I think Coinbase came out with 50x levered futures over the weekend so people could double down and make back what they lost. But cryptocurrency has become your new degenerate gambling frenzy. So
Well,
but the thing is, if you have long-term views on assets of where they're going to go in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, okay, this chaos from a Trump Truth Social is a gift to you, right? And if you have a long-term portfolio, these violent sell-offs, and it's just the way that the market works now, where you have momentum algorithms that will push markets lower. And when markets start going lower, no one panic sells to the upside. So it's always more orderly when the momentum pushes it up than when it pushes it down. So look for these really ugly days and know that it's hard to do it. But this is where you invest. This is where you made money. Because if you look at where we were in the tariff tantrum when Trump said buy stocks, what do we have? 30%, 40%?
Really quickly, Jackie, because Mike just reminded me of this. You look at the moves China's made in the past couple weeks around agriculture, around rare earths. Is she getting nervous? Is he making a lot of these moves right now because he feels like his leverage is actually slipping?
Of course. I think he feels like his back is against the wall. And I think that's what the president wants to try to do to people in a negotiation. That's the way you'll get the most out of it. And so I think that he's trying to at least position himself to the world and say, look, I'm not rolling over here. I'm playing hardball too. And you've got two, as I said, strong men, strong leaders that are going to posture in that way until that moment comes when they either, walk out together or it's announced that they were able to find a compromise. Part of this is about conflict resolution. It's about mediation. It's about finding a middle ground. I don't think either man expects to completely get everything that he wants. But to try to retain as much for his country as possible. And so they will both try to do that.
Michael Lee called it degenerate gambling just a second ago.
Well,
I'm not going to embrace that slogan, but I do want to ask you what's going on.
All right, so let's take a look because it was a volatile weekend. A major crypto meltdown happened over the weekend. We saw a historic $18 billion one-day sell-off following the president's tariff threats. Bitcoin has been able to recover some of those gains. Let's see it there, 115,000 and change. So it's still.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to play this Fox News Barack Obama clip.
As a mom of children with allergies, it's hard creating a game plan that helps provide them.
President Trump is back in Washington this morning from the Middle East after signing off on the peace plan to put an end to the Israel-Hamas war.
Today,
the historic deal earning Trump praise from all sides, including some of his most vocal critics.
But I don't think that we should hold credit where it's due, and I commend the people who have been a part of this process. I commend the Qataris, the Egyptians, and the president.
It's a really significant first step, and I really commend President Trump and his administration, as well as Arab leaders in the region.
Here to react is former counselor to President Trump and Fox News contributor Kellyanne Conway. So there's a lot of minimizing going on there, but at least they cough out the name. Should we take that as a victory?
They do, and thanks, Charlie, for having me. I noticed on Twitter a lot of our Democratic elected officials are commending what happened yesterday, but they're leaving out the word Trump. It's been several years, Charlie, since Twitter went from 140 characters to 280. They can put five more letters in there, but they just can't. And look, I think the real question yesterday was Barack Obama trying to get in on this. He actually accepted an award, but it's Trump who achieved peace. And Obama is sort of crediting Trump for doing this, but all the while chastising his party for not maybe being a little more congratulatory of President Trump is fascinating too. Look, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, that's great because they were part of the problem, not the solution here. This is a 3,000-year war. That massacre that happened was 2 years ago. So it was smack in the middle of the the Biden-Harris years. Right. And it took Trump, who's one of one, to do this. But Charlie, I want people to remember, President Trump laid the groundwork in his first term for all of this. In the first year, he kept the promise of 7 presidents, Republican and Democrat, to move the embassy to Jerusalem and to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, return the Golan Heights, started the Abraham Accords, took out Soleimani, and started to have relationships with those Arab states. This is key. And you saw President Clinton, the former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, commend this yesterday when she said she'd like to talk about those leaders too. It's President Trump who tried to soften those relationships, taking out Soleimani and saying, listen, you're no longer going to harbor and mollify these terrorists like Hamas and Hezbollah in your countries. Instead, you're going to come to the negotiating table. If I were President Xi of China and Putin of Russia, I'd queue up and get in line to do the next deals with Donald Trump.
Yeah, the key to President Trump is appealing to people's self-interest, and he's always very wise about that. And even your greatest enemies, even if it's Hamas. You mentioned President Obama. He is back to lecturing. I want to play a clip for you and get your response to it.
What I saw and I think this was a fault of some progressive language, was almost asserting a holier-than-thou superiority that's not that different from what we used to joke about coming from, the right, the moral majority, and right our way, and a certain fundamentalism about how to think about stuff that I think was dangerous.
So Obama is now lecturing us about not being holier than thou.
I want everybody to roll the tape in 2022, but particularly Charlie in 2024, when it was Obama out there wagging his finger, scolding and shaming and screaming sometimes from his bully pulpit, demanding that people listen to him and vote for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Senate candidate X. And by the way, a lot of folks didn't listen to him, particularly young African-American Hispanic men who voted for him overwhelmingly. They didn't listen to him. They rejected that because they have more connective tissue with Donald Trump and his agenda. And so I think, look, I wouldn't say he's slouching. I think Obama is not slouching to irrelevance yet, but certainly toward annoyance. And for him to call other people scolds after that's exactly what he did is pretty rich. Exactly. By the way, in that same interview, he gave a shout out to the companies and the universities who are not capitulating and negotiating with the Trump administration. He told them to stay firm. And last point, he basically did not renounce his position on men and women's sports in that same interview with a non-funny comedian. What he did was he said, we just needed to message it better. We needed to communicate it better. So I think some of the original sins, like defund the police and men and women's sports, that started with Obama. But I don't know. His political track record, his crystal ball has been pretty murky recently.
Murky at best. Kellyanne Conway, thank you so much.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox.
Okay, I'm going to be playing a video talking about a new book that's coming out called 1929 that's going to be hitting the shelves soon here.
The book 1929 is out today, and I already have my copy. I guess I got an advance copy.
You got an advance copy.
I got an advance copy. It's not signed.
I'm going to get you a signed copy.
Oh, yours was
I have mine. You can just sign it.
I can sign it. I want to thank you. Can I thank you just for your support of this whole thing? And the truth is, I kept you in the dark about this project.
I know.
Well, not for that long.
About 7 years, maybe the last year.
Almost, yeah.
I worked on it for about 8 years, and I didn't want to tell you that I was working on this.
I asked you about the TBTF2.
I know, but to be honest with you, when I first started this, I didn't know if I'd finish it. I didn't know if I'd be able to get the material that I wanted to get. I mean, I was trying in my own way to write the prequel to Too Big to Fail, and I wanted that kind of detail, and I would travel all over the country.
It's kind of a prequel to that.
It's written, I mean, the goal was to try to bring you inside the room of 1929, because most, I mean, I think that
no one's ever done that.
We all have this general conception something terrible happened in 1929, and people like, look, Kenneth Galbraith wrote a brilliant book. He was an economist.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of people who made different types of efforts in the 30s and the 40s. There's a good book that was written in the 70s. But I went on vacation years ago with my wife, like a real nerd, and downloaded all these books to my Kindle, and sort of left thinking, I want to know more about these people and what's really happening here. And I don't think I told you what happened, but I was up at Harvard giving a speech. And I got there early, and I'm always late for everything, as you know. But I was there early, so I had all this time to burn. And I went into the Baker Library and asked the archivist if I could look through these documents about Thomas Lamont. Tom Lamont was the guy who ran J.P. Morgan. And she brings me these boxes. I open up the boxes, and inside these boxes are transcripts that Tom Lamont had, that his secretary was keeping, of his conversations with Hoover and Roosevelt. And you could actually see them talking to each other, literally like what they, and I thought, okay, that's, by the way, what I needed for Too Big to Fail to work, that kind of thing. But back then I could interview the people. And she said to me, Andrew, you can't write this book. This is not really going to work out for you. I read Too Big to Fail. You're not going to be able to get the granular detail. And she was right in that. That's what the archivist said. That's what the librarian said to me. She said, I read your book. You can't, it's not going to work out for you. And it was almost like a personal challenge when she said that to me. Because she was right. There wasn't like 3 or 4 or 5 sort of major archives that I think most historians would, you go and you excavate the archive. It was like a sort of a puzzle piece situation where you had to go, oftentimes you'd have to think to yourself, okay, there's this great character, Charlie Mitchell, who runs National City, which becomes Citigroup. There is no archive. There are no diaries of his. They don't exist. And so you have to say to yourself, who would he have been corresponding with? Who would have been in his orbit? And then you'd have to go to their archives,
see the letter,
and pray to God that there was some letters or other materials from these people. But it really, that was what I was trying to do the whole time. And I would do it on weekends and nights.
Corresponding with? What was your best treasure trove with Mitchell?
With Charlie Mitchell, actually, the best treasure trove turned out to be depositions that were taken during a civil case. So that was the other thing. I made a great mistake in this project. Early on, I was looking at just stuff from 1929, maybe 1930, 1931. You realize actually that you had to go and find materials even into 1950s or 60s, because some people had done oral histories that were in places I didn't even know existed. There was all sorts of like material that sort of like came out later.
But a deposition from a lawsuit that came later, a civil lawsuit.
A civil lawsuit. There was criminal cases, you know. So all sorts of, and by the way, then you'd see the interview. They'd interview his wife. They'd interview him. They'd say, "Where were you when this happened? What did you say? What did you say to your wife?" And then they'd interview the wife, and the wife would say, "This is what I said to him." And then all of a sudden you go, "Okay, I have a scene."
Right.
And it's this really interesting story, not just of Wall Street, it's also Washington, because it's actually almost pits Charlie Mitchell against a guy we all probably know, Carter Glass, who ultimately breaks up the banks. Carter Glass was a senator in Virginia at the time. He was the Elizabeth Warren of his time. And he would rail about this thing called Mitchellism and how he thought that Charlie Mitchell was going to ruin America because of debt and credit and the leverage in the system. So
congratulations on finishing this, but having the vision to go do this and the tenacity to drag out all these details.
Thank you.
And then do it in such a beautiful manner.
Too Big to Fail became a movie.
It did. I think we'll see.
Is that the right?
Could be a movie. I mean, there've been people,
limited series.
We've had a couple literally in the past couple weeks. There's been a whole bunch of people who've approached us about different kinds of things. They can make a movie. Maybe
something that happened that long ago. It's, you know, you're bringing it back out, and it hasn't really it needed to be done. I think that's what you thought anyway on a personal.
That was my hope, and I hope that by the way, that when people read it, I'm not trying to say there's a crash coming at all, but there are these sort of eerie parallels between things, and I do think there's some lessons embedded. And I try not to do it with a strong hand. I just try to tell you the story, and then hopefully you can see it. But If you're a nerd, you might like it because there's lots of endnotes, and hopefully, if you like it as a beach read, it's a thriller too. So
it's a thriller. But we know
even though you know the ending, there's lots of things I think that'll shock you. To be honest, I mean, by the way, you have people killing each other, not killing each other, they're killing themselves. There's affairs happening, all sorts of wild things are taking place. So it's kind of
Jesse Livermore. How do you film? Was that a gun or something? Or you jump?
Sherry Netherland,
Fifth
Avenue.
Yeah.
Walks into the Sherry Netherland to the cloakroom.
Yeah.
Giving away the ending of the book here.
Yeah, don't do
Yeah.
that. But is there anything like the opening scene in Billions?
Like, no.
We're back to in a box again?
No, you brought it up.
No.
You're talking about anything peeing on the...
No, I will say this.
the cigar?
My kids noticed that in Too Big to Fail, there's a lot of F words and cursing.
Yeah.
And they said, Dad, is there cursing in this book? And I said, no, and I hadn't thought about it. And I realized that because they were writing letters, no, but I think they probably did curse just as much. But they didn't put in their letters and memos and notes and diaries.
Do we have all the same curse words?
That's a good question. They smoked a lot of cigarettes.
Yeah.
A lot of cigarettes.
That's great. The actors will love being in there. They still love smoking in those movies. I think they're clove cigarette.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. This toothpaste is very high quality. It will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the health of your gum line, reduce inflammation at the gum line. It has no fluoride, and this has an added benefit. By using this during the fall and the winter, it's going to help to neutralize. Please be prepared for the fall and winter season. You need this. Go to my store, get a few tubes of the toothpaste, be prepared. Another great way to prepare for the fall and the winter and to take it year-round to boost up your immune system is to take Max 35 or Cleanse. Cleanse is 30 parts per million, Max 35 is 35 parts per million. Take either or. Take a teaspoon every day, swish in your mouth, gargle about 20-30 seconds, and then swallow. What this will do is help improve your oral cavity, your oral pharynx, help to maintain your mucosal barrier, and help with the epithelial tissue, the epithelial cells. By doing that, you're boosting up your immune system. You should be doing this every day. I've been taking this protocol for more than 5 years, every day. But especially for the fall and winter. If you're not feeling well, or someone around you is not feeling well, what you should do is take a tablespoon or two a day and keep on doing that until everything goes back to normal, and then go back to your maintenance dose. But taking Max 35 or Cleanse every day will boost up your immune system, and especially take this during the fall and the winter season. So be prepared, because this fall and winter in the United States is going to be problematic, and you know that what I'm saying is right, because all you got to do is just look around at what's happening to your environment at work or at home, in your cities. It's happening already. All right, let's go and listen to Fox News about China.
Stop overspending on AWS. CloudWiser's cost optimization review is here to help you spend smarter. Our team reviews your cost and usage report.
Listen closely to what I say here. Quote, there's only one way out of this reckless and damaging shutdown. Pass a budget that funds our government with no partisan strings attached. The American people don't get to demand ransom in exchange for doing their job. Neither does Congress. I just read was a direct quote. It was not my words. They belong to President Barack Obama. We're barreling toward one of the longest shutdowns in American history unless Democrats drop their partisan demands and pass a clean, no-strings-attached budget to reopen the government and pay our federal workers. What Barack Obama demanded then is exactly what Republicans are saying now.
That's the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, on this ongoing government shutdown now in week 3. Sources are telling me that the Democrats have agreed to keep government shut down at least until the No Kings rally happens this Saturday in Washington, so that they can be there and say they're fighting Trump. No Kings rally. Hundreds of thousands of government workers have been furloughed in just the recent days. The Office of Management and Budget revealing well over 4,000 employees will soon be terminated. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said that Coast Guard personnel will still receive paychecks this week, thanks to the funding from the One Big Beautiful Bill. Joining me now is Minnesota Congressman and House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Congressman, thanks very much for being here, and the Senate is returning today after a couple days off to hold an 8th vote on reopening government. Will they be successful?
Well, good morning, Maria. It's great to be with you. They should be. This is getting ridiculous. It costs the American people $400 million a day, Maria, for this shutdown. The Trump administration, God bless President Trump, they figured out how to pay our troops at least for this month. Yeah. And as you just pointed out, the Coast Guard will also be paid. But this is very damaging to the American public. It's a huge strain on the finances of this country. In light of all the great work that Donald Trump and the administration have been doing, to continue this shutdown for what? For a Hate America rally that's taking place on the Mall on Saturday, Maria? This is ridiculous. It's time that this my grandfather's party start listening to Main Street. Start listening to the American people. They spoke very loudly a year ago, November, when they voted for Donald Trump. 77 million Americans said they'd had enough of this stuff, and they just aren't listening.
Well, I mean, how do we know that they're just not going to do this again? I mean, even if you were to pass a clean continuing resolution that funds government until November 20th, should we expect that they're going to take you hostage again on November 21st and say we want this, that, and the other thing, other than unless we close down government?
The sad part is they're not taking me hostage. They're taking the American people who they're supposed to be working for hostage. And no, you can't predict what they're going to do. The only thing that I will predict today is that the Democrat Party of yesterday is headed to the ash heap of history. These guys are playing to the most radical, small, and violent base in the country. You'll see them on Saturday on the Mall. They just do not love this country, and these guys are afraid of them. Chuck Schumer et al. Are afraid of them.
So you agree that that's what this is about, that they want to be there and sort of, punch their chest there, that they're fighting Trump in this No Kings rally. That's what this is about.
Yeah, we call it the Hate America rally because you'll see the hate for America all over this thing when they show up. Yeah, I mean, that's the rumor, Maria. The rumor is that they can't end this shutdown beforehand because this small but very violent and vocal group is the only one that's happy about this. If they shut it down beforehand, then they've got to deal with that group beforehand. If they make it through that, then at least they've made it through their Hate America rally, and then they can get this thing done. But you're right, because there is a deadline now that we've burned a whole bunch of time. There's a deadline coming on November 21st. Even if you pass this, we're really gonna have to move.
I'm wondering if they want to have all of this chaotic headlines in the middle of what President Trump just achieved, which was nothing short of extraordinary. The president arrived back at the White House early this morning after the historic day overseas, where he signed off on the Middle East peace plan in Egypt, where they all followed his 20-point peace plan, marking the end of the Israel-Hamas war. Negotiators expected to immediately begin work on phase 2 of the plan, including the full disarmament of Hamas and the return of the remaining deceased hostages. 4 of the 28 have been brought home so far. The president told the Israeli parliament yesterday the U.S. is ready to deal with Iran when Tehran is ready as well. And the president of Ukraine will be meeting with President Trump at the White House this Friday to discuss air defense as Russia intensifies its aggression against Ukraine's energy system. What do you want to see here? Can the president actually move the needle on the war in Ukraine as well with new weapons to Ukraine? Is that what you want to see play out?
Well, first off, if this is what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle think they're going to distract the country and the world from, it's not working, Maria. The president of peace, Donald J. Trump, is only getting more popular as he is now it seemingly has the whole world behind his approach when he campaigned on peace through strength. And what do I want to see? Just what President Trump has been giving us from day one. He is the master negotiator. What he pulled off in the Middle East is incredible. It's a miracle, something that nobody thought could happen. He'll have the same success, I believe, before this is all done with Ukraine.
And of course, in the middle of all of this incredible success, China comes out and tries to distract with this announcement that it's going to tighten the squeeze on America by tightening export controls of the rare earth minerals. Now, China this morning says it's sanctioning 5 U.S. subsidiaries of South Korea's Hanwha Ocean and threatening more retaliation. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was with me here yesterday, and I asked him about the U.S.'s reliance on China's refining of rare earth minerals. Well, the DOD acquired a stake representing 15% of MP Materials. Tell us why this is so important, because I know that there are rare earth minerals in the United States and across the world, but it is the refining of those rare earths that happens in China, and that's what we need to bone up in America.
The U.S. used to control rare earth processing and refining, and the Chinese bought a U.S. company. It was required. That was kept in the U.S. for 5 years. 5 years and a day, they moved it to China, and they have a stranglehold on, as you said, the refining and processing. Rare earths in general are not rare, they're everywhere, but it is the refining and processing. And what's happened over the past 2 decades is anytime a refining or processing facility has been set up either in the U.S. or in a free market country, the Chinese come in and undercut the price. So we've invested in Mountain Pass, and we are going to do the equivalent of an Operation Warp Speed to get security in this rare earth processing, and in this. At the same time, we are going to guarantee floor prices for the processing, for the refining, because you can't have a free market when there is a non-free market state actor destroying capacity.
You know, Congressman, this deal, what Scott Bessent just told us there in terms of how China acquired the company, the refining company, and then took it over and then took the business altogether. That is the classic example of what John Ratcliffe told me years ago is China's MO. And that is rob, replicate, replace. And my question is, for this last 10-year period, while China was beginning to eat our lunch, where were your colleagues? Where was the Congress? Why are we so reliant on the China supply chain? All those years when they were attacking their political enemy, Donald J. Trump, with this Russia nonsense and those Steele dossier, etc., shouldn't they have been focused on America and the supply chains and where we get prescription drugs and where we get advanced semiconductor chips? Now we're reliant on China, and it's boxing President Trump.
Yeah, well, where were we? We were trying to fight this. We had Donald J. Trump for 4 years, which gave us a bit of a fighting chance. But then he, an amazing number of voters mysteriously showed up in the 2020 election, and Joe Biden had the next 4 years. And frankly, Joe Biden, Anthony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, this cast of losers that would take a knee for anyone but this country, led us down this road where if we didn't have Donald Trump right now, Maria, I don't know what the future would be. Right now, Donald Trump has credibility with the Chinese. They know when he speaks that he means what he says. In Minnesota, along what is known as the Iron Range, we have one of the largest precious metal finds in the world. The Chinese are literally making President Trump's argument for him by showing that you can't have an adversary in control of rare earths, minerals.
Right.
You've got to do it yourself. And we've got it right here in this country. It's time that we get back to mining and processing, which we are known for.
And that is why President Trump is using tariffs to get these companies to fire up their supply chain. By the way, you mentioned Anthony Blinken.
Exactly.
This Thursday night is the Al Smith dinner.
By having the tariffs as a tool to move manufacturing back to the United States, and it's not just final assembly, it's subsystems, it's mining, it's metallurgy, it's a lot of different things, pharmaceuticals, it's a lot of different things that allow for economic clustering. In addition, not only does it help our GDP, it will help us to be more self-reliant, especially if we need to go to war against China. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver soaps. You can get it in peppermint or in lavender. charcoal tea tree, or lemongrass. Get these very high quality structural enamel silver soaps, especially for the fall and the winter. Also, make sure that you take, for the fall and the winter, magnesium and zinc and vitamin C and magnesium. Magnesium and zinc will boost up that immune system and help with brain function. Vitamin C and magnesium will boost up the immune system, help with your skin, and help with your brain function. Also, magnesium and zinc increases the efficacy of vitamin D3. This is very important to take for this fall and winter. If you take it year-round, you're going to help to boost up that immune system and slow down the aging process. But it's very important to take this stack for the fall and the winter. Please go to my store and get the vitamin C and magnesium and the magnesium and zinc, and get the structural nanosilver soaps. Very high quality to be prepared for the fall and the winter season. Use discount 5, you have $5 off if you use that discount code. It's all caps, discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Now we're gonna play a video about the potential AI bubble.
President Biden's former chief economist says that it's time to call the third bubble of our century the AI bubble. Joining us right now is Jared Bernstein. He served as the former President Biden's Council of Economic Advisors chairman. He's now a policy fellow at the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research. And Jared, thank you for joining us this morning. This is a big call.
Now think about it.
You think that what we're...
He's the one that didn't know how the Federal Reserve prints money. He was asked, and he didn't know. But now he's going to be a senior fellow at Stanford. One of the dumbest economists
right
out there.
now officially is a bubble.
Well, my co-author Ryan Cummings and I, also from CEPR, think that that's the likely outcome. You know, the problem with bubbles is it's hard to know if they're really what you think they are until it's too late. But there are a number of characteristics: rapidly rising asset prices, which we short have in AI, really some very extreme valuations, and if you look at things like, you know, NVIDIA trading at roughly 55 times earnings, highly profitable companies, let's be clear about that. We point out that the share of the economy devoted to AI investment is nearly a third greater than the share of the economy devoted to internet-related investments back during the dot-com bubble. So we think there are enough analogies there to make the call.
Yeah, as you mentioned, there are profits.
Hello traders, and welcome back to the TradingView channel. In this video, we're introducing our new AI indicator, which we developed in partnership with OpenAI.
Yeah, as you mentioned, there are profits behind a number of these companies, the big ones. And we just had a chip analyst on a little bit ago, kind of told him about your thesis. He said he thinks we're still in the early stages of this. And part of that is because the ones who are spending the money on this are the biggest, most profitable, and most successful companies in history. He thinks they're not stupid. When you see the likes of a Meta, a Microsoft, an Amazon, NVIDIA, all of these companies agreeing to put so much money into it, it does read differently than what we saw, let's say, back in 2001 with the internet bubble, when most of those companies had a lot of demand, but no profits.
Right, Meta not equal to pets.com.
Right.
So I take your point, and I agree with many of the things that analyst said, but there are a couple of nuances that go in the other direction. First of all, you can have a bubble with completely profitable and technologically innovative firms investing into the bubble. What really defines the bubble is that the gap between the level of speculation, the level of investment, and credible, reasonable expectations of future profits is extremely wide. That's one of the things that defines a bubble. Another thing that defines a bubble is the extent of investment in the specific area we're talking about. So a lot of the profits of the companies that are in the Mag 7, not so much NVIDIA, because their chips really do feed right into AI. But Ryan pointed this out this morning in something he wrote. A lot of those profits are coming from other things. They're coming from ads and clouds and Amazon, which sells pretty much everything under the sun. If you actually look at the AI investments, they tend to be a small share of that. So that actually contributes to the bubble hypothesis.
Hey, Jared, people point to NVIDIA as being reasonable, and you use the trailing 12-month price earnings. So in the last 3 years, excluding non-recurring items, the growth rate for EPS at NVIDIA is 88%. And even in the last year, it's almost 60%. So next year, I mean, obviously nobody knows, but it's not going to be 53 times earnings. It's probably closer to 30 times earnings. Yeah, and if it has a growth rate of above 50%, that's not that expensive. It's nothing close to what we were looking at in 1999, where it was infinity times earnings for a lot of those. And I'm not trying to be a fanboy for NVIDIA, but I'm just wondering which multiple we really use to get an accurate look at whether it's overvalued or not.
Right, it's a great point. You can only get so much in a 700-word op-ed, but the future oriented PE measures look different than the trailing ones. So your point is well taken. Your point is well taken. Again, the thing that we're concerned about, we haven't even talked about this yet. It's actually, I think, one of the more sort of value adds piece in our op-ed, because the bubble conversation is pretty much ongoing. The thing we're concerned about is not so much that these companies, especially NVIDIA, can't defend their investments. It's the extent to which regular mom and pop investors are getting into this bubble in a way that's, should it pop, if it pops, we could have a really large negative wealth effect. We're talking hundreds of billions of dollars. This is the idea that you gain $1 in stock market wealth, you spend an extra 3 cents. That's the wealth effect. Right. So what really took down the economy in the dot-com bubble was in part a wealth effect, which was actually quite small. Any contraction in GDP there was minimal. This is a lot bigger. So we're worried about the extent of investment relative to where we were back then, and the extent to which, should it pop, it will hurt consumer spending, which kind of feeds into some already underlying fragilities in the real economy.
That's a fair point. I guess the question is the fragility of any of this. If you saw, let's say, Meta bring down its CapEx spending by 25 or 50%, that would probably spook investors to a large extent. And by the way, Meta changed its name from Facebook to Meta based on where Mark Zuckerberg thought the metaverse was going to be at some point, and that has not turned out the way they thought.
Right, I mean, look.
Hey traders, welcome back to the TradingView channel. In this video, we're introducing our new AI indicator, which we've developed in partnership with OpenAI. Now, this is the first trading indicator of its...
Right, I mean, look, every day we're speculating in markets. So a bubble is hard to identify because it's a degree of speculation that goes well beyond the norm. And that's what we think we're seeing. I mean, when you have a share of the economy devoted to AI investment that at this point really surpasses what we saw with the dot-com, and when you see a level of profitability, not from the overall companies, but from AI itself, that's really quite minimal. OpenAI said they were going to need $1 trillion of investment this year, and their AI revenue is $13 billion. Now, again, Joe's point is well taken. You've got to account for future earnings. But to us and many others, that divergence between credibly plausible expected future earnings and this level of investment certainly looks bubbly.
All right. How about a lightning round? This is one of my favorite Biden administration. The Democrat. Are you ready?
I think so.
What do you think of the government shutdown to try and get health care?
It's the only leverage the Democrats have right now, and I think it's reasonable for them to be elevating the issue.
Oh boy, listen to you. But what if some crazy
Gerard is always, or Jared, or whatever the hell his name is. He's so partisan. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin B complex. This will help with your mitochondria and the electron transport chain, so you can produce more ATP. That means you'll have more energy for your cells. Vitamin B complex will also boost up your cellular metabolism, and vitamin B12 will help to protect your neurons. Clarity factor, also a great neurostack to get rid of that brain fog, to be able to think more clearly, quicker, and clarity factor helps support your memory. By taking clarity factor regularly, not only are you focusing on tasks and the ability to concentrate over long periods of time, but you're also improving that microenvironment for positive neuroplasticity, so your neurons will be linking together more readily, and that way you're thinking faster. So please go to my store and get the clarity factor. Myotrol, very important, especially if you're age 40 or older, for males and females, to help build muscle. This will help with the gene expression to build muscle and maintain muscle, and also help with your mitochondrial health, because you need ATP to maintain muscle. One of the key features of aging is loss of muscle mass. So do some resistance training, do a little bit of cardio, do stretching and balancing exercises. Those are all very important, and take the Myotrol to help build muscle and maintain muscle. And especially work out your back. Do more back muscles, because when you have a better musculature in the back, what will happen is your posture will improve, your spinal cord will be more in line, your vertebrae will be denser because resistance training improves bone density, and the lymphatic flow in your vascular flow will improve. So your venous flow back to your heart will improve, and your lymphatic flow will improve. See, once you start crouching and your spine starts to compress, right, and you start to crouch, and you get older and you're just kind of crouching. Even you can see Trump is starting to have this little bit of a curvature of his spine. So when that happens, that's the early signs of aging, right? But if you look at people that are healthier and are younger, most of them have a better posture. So improve your posture, build denser vertebrae, improve your musculature for your back to get that better lymphatic flow, get that better venous flow, and you'll have this compounded positive benefit. Because when you have better lymphatic flow, your immune system is better. Well, if your immune system's better, you're going to age slower. If you have better venous flow, your heart, your vascular system is better. So these are all something very simple as building musculature in your back can do a lot of positive things for your body to slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, get the Myotrol, build the muscle. This helps with the gene expression. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans. And Goodnight Formula. Goodnight Formula is also a great neurostack. What this will do is help you to sleep. You take it at night, drink it with filtered water. What this has is tryptophan and melatonin. And what this will do, and it also has passion flower. And by doing this every night, you're going to be in 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep or deep sleep. And that will help you to consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and you'll be well rested. And when you do this on a regular basis, your body is healing. And not only that, your brain function is performing better. See, chronic sleep deprivation leads to higher cortisol levels. Higher cortisol levels chronically can lead to tissue damage and a suppressed immune system. So if you have better sleep and you're reducing chronic elevated cortisol levels, then what will happen is if you're reducing that cortisol level, you're improving your immune system and you're improving your tissues, because elevated cortisol levels are going to damage tissue. All right. So getting rid of that chronic level of cortisol by sleeping better is going to be a major benefit to your body. This is the reason why people that get proper sleep actually age slower and also have better cognitive function versus people that sleep irregularly are typically chronically fatigued. Because again, you have to be in deep sleep and REM sleep to detoxify your central nervous system and to consolidate memory. Well, if you're not sleeping very well, you're not consolidating memory and you're not detoxifying your central nervous system. So over time, it's going to build up and cause damage. So it's really important to get proper sleep. So please go to my store, get the Good Night Formula. Again, this has tryptophan, melatonin, and passion flower to slow down that aging process and to get healthy. And when you're slowing down that aging process and you're having more energy and better immune system, you're going to be able to weather the storm in the fall and winter much better than other people. So take my advice, go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. All right, I'm gonna go now to another video that was published by Fox News about Mamdani.
Finally, after 2 years, every living hostage taken on October 7th is now out of Gaza. But right before their release, Zoran Mamdani was running a 5K race to raise money for a UN organization that employed 12 people directly involved in the attacks of October 7th, which started this war. Let's bring in Fox News contributor Miranda Devine. So great to see you this morning, Miranda. If this is not the most government thing I've ever heard, you have a guy running for public office who is raising money.
This is important. This is really important. And I've covered this 2 years ago about this. When this was found out, UNRWA helped with the funding with NGOs to build the tunnels underneath hospitals. All right. They also helped fund Hamas.
The UN organization that employed actual actors who on October 7th started the war that President Trump has just managed to bring an end to.
It really is just mind-boggling. I think with Mamdani, every time you think that you've heard something terrible, you hear something even worse the next day about this completely unsuitable candidate who looks like he's going to romp into office. UNRWA is a totally discredited organization. As you said, 12 of their employees actively participated in the slaughter of October 7. And even under the Biden administration, their funding was frozen. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, issued this report a few months ago showing that this was a terror-linked organization that supported Hamas, that was corrupt. And Donald Trump has signed an executive order banning any more American money going to it, which is pretty much a third of its funding and hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So by supporting this discredited organization, what sort of a message is Mamdani sending to the world about America, about divisions within it? And I think, his foreign entanglements are very worrying.
Yeah, and also, what does it say about him? But it was interesting, Miranda, to look at all of the video yesterday of President Trump meeting in the Knesset, meeting in Egypt, and you had all of these leaders from all around the world. The one entity that was completely not represented at all yesterday was, of course, the United Nations. And that's because the United Nations had absolutely zero to do with any of the peace that is broken out. And of course, they are in perfect lockstep with Mamdani, who loves to use the same language that you hear in the United Nations about how Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. On October 7th, Mamdani writes this: in the aftermath of that day, Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli government launched a genocidal war, and then goes on to talk about the death toll in Gaza, which is tremendously unfortunate, but of course, part of a war. But that language of the genocide that Mamdani likes to repeat, it's the same thing you hear from the United Nations.
That's such a good point. And the United Nations, which, you know, its home is in New York City, is really, I think, the center of international leftism. It reflects the worst of the globalist left and it props them up. And look, I think the best thing that Donald Trump could do is to give them a new headquarters in Gaza.
I think that's a tremendous idea, and hopefully President Trump.
Great, yeah.
They could build their own building over there too. There's plenty of space for that. Great idea, Miranda. Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us. And
Thanks,
Fox
Charles.
and Friends reached out to the Mamdani campaign for comment, but they did not immediately respond.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brighteon Channel.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
What's the secret to peak health?
Going micro with Noom.
Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
Micro? I can do micro.
Get started at Noom.com.
They actually ran it longer than expected because franchisees were making so much money off of it, right? And so, yeah, they're willing to sacrifice a little bit of margin expansion here for that traffic because it's making franchisees happy, and that's the key when being a franchisor. So, you know, I think this is sustainable, right? They have only a fraction of the third-party delivery business, right? But they have a third of the pizza market in the U.S. So that's a huge slug of business that we think is a great opportunity that's going to continue to build over time. You know, Uber Eats, it took them quite some time to build some momentum there. This was just the first quarter of being fully rolled out on DoorDash. So we think it's going to have a big impact over the next 3 quarters. But it sounds like it can continue to build. Stuffed crust pizza, right? This is something that's a permanent menu item. This is not something that is, you know, just a limited time offer that's going to be run for a few weeks, right? And then value, they have a bunch of different value things. They do these boost weeks, and they have a tip promotion, and so they run different value at different times. But what they've done is been able to, like, you know, create a name for themselves and are owning certain type of discounts that they run throughout the year. And so I think that is important for national pizza players. It's a business that's heavily weighted for low-income consumers, and, you know, to my point earlier, they're struggling right now.
So, Mike, explain the economics or explain the strategy of using these third-party delivery folks like Uber Eats or DoorDash. What changed for Domino's, for example? Why would they not use them but then make the decision to use them?
Yeah, great question. So, you know, at first it was really about the cost, right? And you know, years ago, third-party delivery companies were charging 30% plus. Domino's, number one, they waited till the prices came down. Also, their business is really just using the marketplace. They're still using their own delivery drivers, right? And so they're able to use DoorDash only for their marketplace and pay a much, much lower VIG to the company for the listing, right? And so they were the last of all the major pizza players and QSR names. They were the final holdout. A big part of it was they were just so big in delivery and they didn't want to cannibalize the margin on that business. But what we're seeing is it really drive transactions. This quarter, we saw a positive same-store sales growth with carryout as well as delivery. They saw same-store sales growth with every income cohort. It was a very...
I'm surprised that Domino's is doing so well. I would think that people would stop doing delivery and buying from restaurants and just eat at home and prepare the food at home. All right, so let's go to the BBC. Is this the end of the war in Gaza? I personally think that it's a false piece that's going to rear itself up and cause major havoc in the world. And I'm very concerned that there is going to be something that happens in 2026 into 2027. The reason being, on September 11th of 2026, that's Rosh Hashanah, which is the new year for the Jewish calendar, and the shofar is not blown because it coincides with Shabbos. There is a prohibition to blow the shofar during Shabbos. When the shofar is not blown, Satan is not silenced. The great prosecutor is not silenced, and therefore judgment is allowed to take place on the Jewish people and on the world. And so I think we're setting ourselves up for something a lot worse down the road.
Hamas has released in full the statement signed by Donald Trump and regional leaders in the Egyptian resort of Sharm el-Sheikh yesterday, aiming to cement the Gaza ceasefire. It calls for a lasting peace in which both Palestinians and Israelis can prosper with their fundamental human rights protected and their security guaranteed. Egypt's President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, who also signed the document, said it set the stage for a two-state solution which would see Palestinians and Israelis living side by side. President Trump is now back in Washington. He landed in the last hour or so. Our State Department correspondent Tom Bateman was on Air Force One and got to question Mr. Trump when he came to speak to the media on board.
President, I wanted to ask you about your conversations with world leaders today. You said that everybody is unified over your plan, but we heard from President Sisi calling for a two-state solution, an independent Palestinian state.
I'm talking about something very much different. We're talking about rebuilding Gaza. I'm not talking about single state or double state or two state. We're talking about the rebuilding of Gaza.
What's the road ahead for governing Gaza? Because
a lot of people like the one-state solution. Some people like the two-state solution. So we'll have to see. I haven't commented on that.
how do you see bridging that gap? Because you have the Arab countries being very clear about this.
I think is right, but I'd be in coordination with other states and other countries.
Some people might say it feels premature declaring peace for the whole Middle East. 3,000 years of peace and so on.
You want more people to be killed? What do you want, another 300,000-400,000 people to be killed? Is that what you're looking for?
In terms of the risks in Gaza, we're already seeing actually.
So you'd let them fight on for another couple of years and let some more buildings fall down on top of people and keep it going? No, we did it the right way. We did it. I think our timing was perfect, actually. You don't really mean that. You mean you want them to fight on, right?
I'm just asking about the phase 2 of the negotiations and how confident you are that those can get underway.
We have a lot of power. That was a power room. Those people, those are the richest countries. I think with tariffs, I think we're the richest country in the world, actually, the United States. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. But those are, really seriously rich countries, and they can handle it.
The questions there coming from the BBC's State Department correspondent Tom Bateman on board Air Force One with President Trump. Well, yesterday's summit in Egypt brought together international leaders to discuss the next phase. Alongside Sir Keir Starmer, Emmanuel Macron and others was King Abdullah of Jordan. His country borders Israel and the occupied West Bank. Speaking before the summit took place, the king sat down with Fergal Keane and warned that the Middle East is doomed unless there is a peace process that leads to a Palestinian state alongside Israel.
So these guys are the descendants of those who...
King Abdullah is the longest-serving leader in the region, sharing a border with Israel and with Palestinians, making up more than 50% of his country's population.
So, Your Majesty, you're chairing.
A lasting peace is a personal and a national imperative.
If we don't solve this problem, we're going to be at it again. So, in my view, two-state solution is the only way forward. If we don't find a future for Israelis and Palestinians and a relationship between the Arab and Muslim world and Israel, we're doomed.
So much is unresolved. The physical recovery, let alone the mental trauma left by war. Who will really run the Gaza Strip? In a political landscape devoid of trust.
Do you trust Hamas when they say they accept not being part of the political future?
Well, I don't know them, but those that are working extremely close to them, Qatar and Egypt, feel very, very optimistic that they will abide by that.
Is it possible with Prime Minister Netanyahu and the right-wing coalition in power to have a lasting peace?
Yes.
From my experiences, no. Most nations, when they look at strategic challenges, look at what is the end game. I believe that this Prime Minister and his group, their strategic end game is perpetual conflict. By perpetual conflict, they stay in power. But there are those in Israel that believe in inclusion, that want to change the way that this government has gone. And these are the peace builders that I think we can work with once there's an opportunity to do so.
By His Excellency, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Israel's Prime Minister has pledged there be no Palestinian state.
In fact, they effectively had a Palestinian state in Gaza. So what did they do with that state? Peace? Coexistence? No. They attacked us time and time again.
The king says it's vital President Trump stays engaged with the process.
I think it's important that him and his administration do, because the devil is in the detail. So we are dealing with phase one at the moment. Where it could go awry would be as we get into the technical issues of phase two. And then is that an opportunity for mischief? I believe the president understands this, and it's the responsibility of all of us in the region to make sure that the president gets us across the finish line.
History does not encourage hope, but the king does believe this is a moment of genuine possibility. Fergal Keane, BBC News.
Now, keep in mind, the BBC is state-run by the UK. Right? The BBC is an arm of the government, for sure. Just like CNN is for the United States. Now, the BBC also has been talking about perpetual war with Ukraine and Russia. Why? Because the BOE, the Bank of England, wants to do quantitative tightening. But because of the doom loop in the UK and the financial and political upheaval that's been taking place recently with Starmer and this overflooding of illegal immigrants into the UK, their finances cannot afford quantitative tightening, even though the Bank of England wants to do quantitative tightening. What's the quantitative tightening? It's the balance sheet that has been ballooning out since Lehman and COVID. And so quantitative tightening is selling those assets back into the market. Well, if you're selling those assets back in the market, then that yield curve is going to go up. Why? Because there's more assets, debt assets, that are in the market versus demand. So the price of those assets will go down and the yields will go up because it's inversely related. Well, if they're going to issue more debt to finance their deficits, they're going to be borrowing money at a higher interest rate. So if you have a war, then what it does is it kicks the can down the road and prevents the BOE to actually do quantitative tightening. And hence, you're starting to hear a lot about Article 4 and Article 5 for NATO. So pay attention. The canary in the coal mine is France's economics and the UK's economics, which I'm concerned that they tip over and actually cause the burst of the bubble. So this is another one of those data points that I'm concerned about in 2026. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the zeolite. Zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals and allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. When you take this daily, take 3 small drops underneath your tongue and drink the filtered water. And by doing that daily, you're improving your immune system, your endocrine system, and your other organ systems like your kidney and your liver, even brain. So please go to my store and get the zeolite, detoxify your body regularly. Another great way to detoxify your body and to smell good is to get these dual purpose deodorants. They're for males and females. You can get it in citrus and you can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. No baking soda, no aluminum, all natural, made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality ingredients, and this is dual purpose. You use it as a daily deodorant, but it'll also help to detoxify your body. And again, when you detoxify your body, you're improving your immune system and your endocrine system. Super important. And get the collagen. The collagen is dual purpose. It's going to help with your musculature and your bone density and joint health and cartilage, but also your skin, your hair, and your nails. So please go to my store, get this very high quality collagen, take it every day. This is a month's supply. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. I mix it in hummus. But take it every day. And by doing that, you're improving your skin, your hair, your nails, your musculature, your bone density, and your joint health. Please go to my store and get the collagen. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right, we're going to go to the New Statesman talking about why is Tony Blair involved in the whole Gaza ceasefire and the rebuilding of Gaza? Because Tony Blair was the Prime Minister of the UK that led to the beginning of the downfall and the beginning of the doom loop.
Talk about the UK involvement in the peace process here. How big a role did the UK play, Rachel?
Well, Ollie, that depends on how you define the UK, doesn't it?
Very good point. Yeah, it's twin track, isn't it? Because you'd be forgiven for thinking I was referring to the British government, but there's also something else going on there.
Well, there's Mr. Blair. There's Tony Blair, who has come back for his second act, third act, fourth act. I'm not sure how many acts we're on.
Yeah.
But he has been working very closely behind the scenes with both the Trump administration and the Israeli government, and looks like he will be leading this interim Gaza
Chairman of the
governing.
board.
Yeah.
Chairman of the Peace Board.
Yes, indeed. And it's kind of quite significant that we've got like a former Prime Minister who's going to be playing a bigger role in this than the actual Prime Minister. We can come on to the role the actual Prime Minister Keir Starmer is playing in a moment. But what I found really interesting looking at this is that Tony Blair's role in it has gone back months or years. So
with the right partner to help make your data AI ready, you can unlock value and potential. HPE.
Months or years. So back when Trump was first elected, so 2016, so after he'd been elected, before he'd been inaugurated, Tony Blair had dinner or was seen having a meal with Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, where it was suggested possibly he was pitching to be Trump's Middle Eastern envoy. He denied that. He certainly didn't get that gig, but that's how long he has been discussing the Middle East with the Trump team. It's almost 10 years.
Yeah, there's a clip going around of Campbell, Alistair Campbell, that is, interviewing Blair at the time. He's trying to draw criticism out of Blair, of Donald Trump. You know, Campbell's been quite forthright, so he's attacking the judiciary, he's attacking the media, isn't he, a fascist Tony, and Tony Blair will not be drawn on it, ever the diplomat. Okay, let's dial into the government for a second, Ethan. Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson, at the weekend, speaking to Phillips on Sky News, says that Britain has played a, quote, key role behind the scenes in securing the Gaza ceasefire. Is that true?
Well, it was immediately crippled, wasn't it, by people in the administration and also in the Israeli government. So you have Mike Huckabee sort of mocking Bridget Phillipson on the internet. And yet there's been a curveball today because Steve Witkoff, Trump's kind of leading emissary across the world in all kinds of foreign policy issues, has now said actually it was Jonathan Powell. It wasn't just the UK, it was Jonathan Powell, the National Security Advisor, currently on the domestic front, pretty embattled because of this whole China spy scandal, alleged China spy scandal, I should say.
I think it's definitely a China spy scandal. The precise nature of
I just mean alleged in terms of who was possibly not doing anything illegal.
So yeah, Mike Huckabee writes on X, he quote tweets the Phillipson clip, and he says, "I assure you, she's delusional. She can thank Donald Trump at any time just to set the record straight." And I saw that quote and I thought, well,
is this just sort of a typical bombastic, MAGA-coded, she doesn't know what she's talking about. All the credit, of course, goes to our glorious leader. Witkoff dispels it a little bit. He says, quote, "I would like to acknowledge the vital role of the United Kingdom in assisting and coordinating efforts that have led us to this historic day in Israel. In particular, I want to recognise the incredible input and tireless efforts of National Security Advisor Jonathan Powell." So, Ethan, who is Jonathan Powell?
Well, I'd just like to say that, by the way, there are two things going on there, because you've both got the defence of Powell, which is very interesting, but you also have, I suppose, a split in MAGA world slightly, because Huckabee is, he's America's ambassador to Israel. He's naturally, by the nature of his job, close to the Israeli government, and also partly the reason why he was appointed to that role, because he's close to politicians in Israel. And there's a lot of animosity towards the current UK government in Israel. So you've also had Sharon Haskell, the Deputy Foreign Minister, tweeting about Britain's role being over-egged. And Sharon Haskell was actually at Conservative Policy Conference last week doing an extraordinary speech in which she condemned the government for all sorts of things, and it was one of the most undiplomatic things I've ever seen a foreign minister do in terms of interventions in UK politics.
Give us a sense of the flavour of that, Ethan. What was she saying?
Well, she was saying that children in British schools don't learn to love their country. It was kind of the cultural war stuff, which seemed so far beyond the realm of what she was, I suppose, there to talk about. I mean, originally, so she was talking about the relationship between the UK and Israel, how the Conservative Party had a close relationship, the Labour Party a less close relationship, partly because of the recognition of the state of Palestine, and then really getting into the weeds almost of kind of critiquing day-to-day domestic policy by the Labour government and saying that it needs to be more kind of patriotic and forthright on various issues.
I think the point about there being a split in MAGA land about the UK is definitely the case, and is also something that it's not just about recognition of Palestine and how to deal with Israel. If you look at sort of J.D. Vance's approach to the UK, some of the stuff he said about, we're an Islamist nation, we don't have free speech, but just he seems to really, really dislike the UK specifically, whereas Donald Trump seems to really love the UK specifically, and seems, and this is something that everyone finds very weird, has a quite close, amicable, friendly relationship with Keir Starmer, and has actually helped Starmer on numerous occasions. So when he was asked about the UK recognising a Palestinian state in his state visit, he could have, he didn't say, yeah, I think it's a great idea, but he could have been really bombastically outraged by it. You would expect it, and he wasn't. He kind of said, they can do what they want and we'll do something different. So there's definitely a split in how various people around Trump see the UK, and I think that came out in those two tweets. On the one hand, she's delusional, Bridget Phillipson, and on the other hand, the vital role of the United Kingdom could not be more different in tone.
Maybe that first state visit was actually, we didn't recognise it for what it was, which was Trump's first intervention in his diplomatic era. Before he brings peace to the Middle East, it was the first step towards it. Ethan, come on and tell us about Jonathan Powell. Who is he? How we got to this point? Give me a sense of the history.
Well, so Jonathan Powell begins life. One of the important facts about him, I suppose, is that his brother, Charles Pole, they pronounce it differently, which I think is key to understanding their politics, because Charles Pole was Margaret Thatcher's foreign policy advisor for years. He was actually a civil servant, but she kept him around in Downing Street because she thought he was so essential to her kind of political project. So that was Charles Pole. And then his younger brother, Jonathan Powell, who was a civil service diplomat for a long time, but always a man who kind of understood what... always a man who kind of understood where power lay and how to sort of smartly work around getting ahead in life. I don't mean that to sound like he somehow doesn't serve it. He's clearly an intelligent man, but he was a civil service diplomat. He went to America in the early 1990s. He befriended a young rising politician called Bill Clinton because he'd been at Oxford with him when Clinton was a Rhodes Scholar. He then kind of manages to make himself a power player in Washington. Two young Labour politicians called Tony Blair and Gordon Brown visit Washington to meet Clinton in the 90s. Powell starts to befriend them, then he flies back. Is interviewed and becomes, in 1994, when Tony Blair is elected leader of the Labour Party, the Chief of Staff to Tony Blair, and stays in that position right the way up to 2007 when Blair leaves Downing Street. So he's pretty much the longest serving sort of behind-the-scenes figure in that Blair ministry. So he's been an influential figure in British politics for a long time. He then left and went to work at, I think it was Morgan Stanley as a banker. Oh, well, not quite a banker, but he worked at a large commercial bank, and then has now returned to politics as the National Security Advisor for Keir Starmer, and that's sort of an appointment that was made quite a few months after the election, but he's immediately established himself as a massively important figure. I mean, his roll call of kind of things he's been involved in include, they go back to arms control negotiations under the Soviet Union. Then he was a key figure in Hong Kong being ceded back to China in '97. Then the Good Friday Agreement. He wrote a book about his very important role there. Now he's come back. He's kind of the guy behind Chagos. He's the guy who's become a really good friend of Steve Witkoff, who we mentioned earlier, Trump's emissary, was kind of one of the orchestrators of the Zelensky Downing Street visit, which happened a few days after the Oval Office bust-up, which I think that kind of really well orchestrated scene where Starmer welcomes Zelensky to Downing Street, so she'll always be welcome here. Kind of as a contrast. Yeah, as a contrast with the. So Powell, well, to get to the sort of meat of your question, who is Jonathan Powell? I mean, he's a guy who understands power, understands where it lies, and understands the importance of relationships, really. And I've been reading through one of his books, which he published over 10 years ago, called The New Machiavellian, which he talks about his sort of theory of power. And he says, power, like the crock of gold at the end of the rainbow, is never where you think it will be. And he talks about the illusion of power in Downing Street and how you get into Downing Street is never quite as easy as it seems.
The implication being that he is the power broker.
Sort of, yeah. Sort of. I mean, it's quite a funny book. It's called The New Machiavellian. He contrasts himself with Niccolo Machiavelli throughout the book, and how both of them has kind of been in subservient roles as advisors, but had used this to kind of understand the way in which power works. There's quite a funny line where he says that Tony Blair understood the people, but I dedicated my time to understanding princes, which is the sort of late 15th century Florentine version of modern prime ministers.
Machiavelli's book, right, is, I'm to butcher the Italian pronunciation, but it's like Il Principe, isn't it? It's like the prince. Okay, so I can't, is that incredibly self-effacing or incredibly arrogant to compare himself in those terms? I don't know.
I think it is. It's both,
both.
isn't it?
Yeah.
I think there's a level of self-awareness there. I actually think that Blair is quite similar in the way that his view on power is also built on relationships, and relationships that don't necessarily fall along political lines the way you would expect. I mean, George W. Bush being obviously one, UK Labour Prime Minister, Republican President, and also what Blair has done since leaving office in 2007. It's all been about relationships and realpolitik and getting to know who the important players are. So Tony Blair goes often as special envoy to the quartet, so that's the US, the UN, the EU and Russia, which is a sort of group that's looking at peace in the Middle East and the Israel-Palestine problem. So Tony Blair goes off and does that until 2015, builds a whole load of relationships in the Middle East, or actually cements the relationships that he's got, and then comes back and founds the Tony Blair Institute. And one of the first things that they do is take on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for a contract worth, I think, £9 million. So all of what Blair has done since he was Prime Minister is kind of about, well, hang on, you've got all these relationships from being Prime Minister, you're no longer Prime Minister. Are there other ways of influencing? Are there other ways of continuing to be a global player when you are no longer a world leader? And I think, he left in 2007, and I can't do maths. Is that 18 years ago?
Yeah.
18 years ago, and look, he's back centre stage. So clearly it's worked.
Perhaps no small part of a guilty conscience about some of his other activities in the Middle East.
I think that would involve acknowledging that he was wrong, which I don't think he has ever done publicly.
I don't think so either.
It's worth saying, by the way, sorry, I just point that Jonathan Powell and Tony Blair, although have a very, very long and intimate history, it doesn't seem like they're both key figures in this Gaza peace agreement, but it doesn't seem like they kind of coordinated with each other. Powell has had his role as NSA. Blair, as you mentioned, strong relationships with Kushner and other people in Trump world. I suppose if it demonstrates anything, it's that both of them learned similar lessons from their time in 10 Downing Street, right? And both know as I say, where power lies and how to use it. So it's not like it's some kind of stitch up and they've both sort of secretly organized this whole thing together. I think it's just the fact they're a man whose way of thinking is so similar and in tune that they've ended up kind of going about this in the same way.
They're both power players, and as a result of that, they've both ended up in the same place. It feels extraordinary that we're talking about two unelected figures. Very little of our conversation so far has encompassed the role of the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who is attending the summit.
Yeah.
The PM is going. Rachel, talk to me about Starmer's role in this, and also what I see as it's almost as if he retreats, right, to the international stage. He's got issues domestically, the most, according to polling, unpopular Prime Minister since polling began, and yet, generally speaking, pretty successful.
Anyone who knows me knows I love Royal Kingdom, but not everyone knows why. Allow me to list the ways. 1, it's the best puzzle game ever, period. 2,
generally speaking, pretty successful on the international stage. So is this an example of Starmer kind of scuttling away from his domestic problems to go and take solace in the international order?
So he's certainly not alone in that's a thing that under fire Prime Ministers often do. Boris Johnson was always off to Ukraine anytime there was a story on Partygate. I think we're being a little bit unfair on the Starmer point because it's such a momentous day. Can you imagine if he wasn't there? If Emmanuel Macron was there? If all of these other world leaders are there and Starmer's not? I mean, I think it's more about showcasing Britain's position in the world, and we probably would have a view on that. I remember when Rishi Sunak decided that he wasn't going to go to COP and then decided at the last minute that he was, because it just looked so bad for us not to be represented there. On Britain's role in this, or on the UK government's role in this, I think two things can be true. It's certainly the case that the main driver is the US and was always going to be the US because the US is the only country, Trump is the only world leader that can put the kind of pressure on the Israeli government and Netanyahu that was necessary. Just in terms of size and money and influence, we were never going to be able to play that role. And I think that's, no one's really arguing that. I think it's also the case that behind the scenes, work needed to be done to keep Trump invested in it. Dare we say that he has a slightly short attention span? And also the growing pressure from the rest of the world on the urgency of it. That I think has an impact too. Would this have happened without the UK? Probably, in some form. Did we help behind the scenes smooth the way to enable it to happen the way that it has? I think that's also probably true. I think Mike Huckabee calling Bridget Phillipson delusional is a bit unfair and probably says more about his views of both the UK and perhaps of her personal politics that are sort of the antithesis of his views in the MAGA movement. So I think both can be true, and I think it's right that Starmer is there, and I think it's also right that we don't try and take credit that we don't deserve.
Ethan, should we give Donald Trump credit for achieving this peace deal?
Yes. It would be childish to say no, I think.
Emily Thornberry said yes. I just throw that out there because she is. If Emily Thornberry is saying,
she's been very strong in her criticism of Trump in the past. So if she, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, is saying it,
she said she would wear a MAGA hat if the peace deal lasted. I mean, obviously, this is the very first stages of it, so we'll have to wait and see.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? The key question now is whether or not this holds. The key question is hostage release, prisoner exchange. There is still the not insignificant point of negotiating the disarmament of Hamas. Whether that will happen very definitely remains to be seen.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and video downloads. So you can watch cooking shows as you eat it.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the complete multivitamin. This is easy to digest, and it has the multivitamins to help with enzymatic activity so your cells perform properly. This is a foundational piece for my health protocol, so please get the complete multivitamin. And also stack it with the probiotic. You can get it in the VeggieCap version or in the powdered version. Either one is very high quality. By taking a good probiotic, you're improving your gut biome, you're improving your immune system at the gut level. You're allowing for your food to be absorbed properly. Your metabolism will improve. Your brain function will improve. Your skin health will improve. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotics either in the powdered version or in the VeggieCap, and stack it with the complete multivitamin. This complete multivitamin is easy to digest, and again, it has the multivitamins that you need for proper enzymatic activity to help with the cell to perform properly. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount number 5, and you will get $5 off any order.
Fairly quickly. Once, when the $7,500 subsidy expired, they knew they had a portfolio that was, not congruent with what they think sales is going to be. So they're going to have to rationalize that portfolio. They've been the most aggressive, if not globally, but among the top, the big 3 in Detroit in rolling out new EVs. So they're going to have to review that portfolio, maybe even wean out some of the lower sales, less profitable EVs going forward.
Yeah, what surprised me about this action, like you said, they've been pretty aggressive on the EV front, is Ford has delayed or scrapped some plug-in models and definitely moved money away from the EV business, which it's been losing money on. And it seemed like General Motors was taking the stance of like, no, that's not us. We are going forward with this. Is GM simply catching up to the economic realities that Ford has already acknowledged, or is there a different strategy at play here?
I think it's really hard to foresee. These policies are changing so fast. With Biden in the administration, there was a huge push. Not just GM, but a lot of automakers was pushing EVs. You had new startups like Rivian, like Lucid pushing EVs. But things have changed, and look, GM is reacting to it. It's interesting you brought up Ford, and now actually Ford, Chris Farley looks actually pretty good, right? He looks like he made the right call. But I think, if you look at the bigger picture, what GM is doing today is probably just the beginning. We'll probably hear more, not just from GM, but from the other makers in terms of their EV plans going forward.
Has this changed the way you're viewing the evolution to EVs, that, hey, maybe it's not going to be as far as we thought or as quick as we thought? How should we think about that? Because it seems to have lost steam. I'm not sure if it's just tied to this administration and its policies and aims, or is it more market-driven?
Of course it's market-driven. I'll tell you, these people, when it comes to cars, they're stupid. I used to be an automotive engineer for a long time in Detroit, all right? And I've designed a lot of different cars, all right? I've had an interesting life. I've had, in different fields. But EVs don't work. They don't work. I'll tell you why they don't work. 1, mining the lithium, if you're using these lithium battery versions, it is more detrimental to the environment than fossil fuels. The mining operation and the amount of water that is needed for this is astronomical, and it does permanent damage to the landscape. You ever see a mining field versus, let's say, a oil well? Oil wells, you plug it up, and guess what? Nature takes hold, and you didn't even know that there was an oil well there. Not so much with a mining operation, because this is not just going to be underground. This is strip mining. So environmental degradation is much higher with lithium, and the use of water much higher. Secondly, these vehicles are not as safe as you think, especially during a crash. Third, they're not robust. You don't have longevity of the actual vehicle. you get a combustion engine and you compare it to an EV, the EV can't last more than 6 years. But I'm sure you know people that have a Jeep or a truck or some sort of SUV that has lasted more than 15 years. Maybe it needs a little bit of maintenance. But the thing is that when you have to repair the powertrain battery for the EV, it only lasts for 6 years, and it costs $20,000. The maintenance cost for the EV is terrible. Oh, so what they're doing is they're designing a vehicle telling you it's good for the environment, but you're forced to buy a vehicle every 4 years or 6 years instead of holding on to it. It's too costly. People can't even afford even a lease car now. So the cost, the durability, the environmental degradation, these are all elements on why it doesn't work. And then add in one that's even a bigger issue, the infrastructure. It takes forever to charge. So if you live in a city and you happen to have some sort of means to park, how are you going to charge your vehicle in today's modern society? You can't. So if you're in suburbia or if you're in a rural area and you have your own decentralized power source that could plug it in, then you have a better means of charging your vehicle. But it doesn't work so well with the city. But it doesn't have the distance. So if you're living in a rural area and you're traveling and you have to, drive hundreds of miles, you got a problem because you don't have the distance. So the infrastructure is terrible. The time to charge takes a lot more time. So why would you want an EV if it has all these negative aspects to ownership? Costs too much. You have to repair the powertrain every 6 years at $20,000 a pop. You don't have to spend $20,000 to repair a combustion engine after 15 or 20 years. You get more money, you get more bang for your buck on a combustion engine than you do in an EV. But there is a group of people out there that's trying to make you think that purchasing a combustion engine vehicle is going to detriment the environment. Yet they don't tell you that mining lithium is worse for the environment. So you have a vehicle that is hard to charge, costs more, less durable, and costs more money for maintenance if you have to replace the battery. And guess what? The battery is going to burn out after 6 years, especially in environments where there's hot and cold, and you have this temperature gradient going back and forth, especially in the Midwest. So it's not a durable product. So don't believe this horseshit that to really move the society forward, you have to be an EV. In addition, we don't even have an electrical grid updated enough to be able to have so many people plugging in their vehicle to charge, let alone using the electrical grid to create these LMs for the AI. So we don't have an electrical grid that can sustain it. And you have all of these other issues with EV. Now, again, I used to be an automotive designer long time ago, all right? Very successful in it. And guess what? EVs is a way to convince you to purchase a product that every 6 years or every 4 years you need to update it. It's not durable. It's not a durable product. Tesla is not a durable product. Show me one EV that is a durable product that will last 10 or 15 years. They can't. The way they're designed, they can't. But everyone's going to jump in on this idea that you're trying to save the planet. Yet mining the lithium is terrible for the environment. people would say, well, what about an oil spill? An oil spill can be cleaned up. How are you going to clean up a lithium mine? Tell me, how are you going to clean up a lithium mine? It's a permanent destruction of the landscape because it's strip mined. How are you going to do it? Oh, people that are, super liberal in the United States, they don't see it, so it doesn't exist. But it exists in some other country that we're getting the lithium from. So don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype. We don't have the electric grid. It's not robust enough. It takes forever to charge. And even if you had a more powerful charging station in your home that's tied to either the grid or to some sort of solar panel on your home, it still takes a lot of time to charge. Now, if it's connected to the power grid, then it's just going to cost you money to charge that vehicle. Now, if it's tied to a decentralized solar system that's in your house that most people don't have, it would be more cost effective. But it still takes time, and it costs you about probably close to $10,000 to install, maybe $15,000. Putting the panels up on the roof and then having the charger in the garage. So that's pretty costly. So if you take the cost to actually run your vehicle that's combustion with just gasoline, all right? How many years would it take to break even with $15,000 that you had to invest with a charger and a solar panel? Assuming you don't have to do any maintenance on the solar panels. The break-even point's years away. Years. So it doesn't make it makes zero sense. It makes zero sense. Oh, you're trying to save the planet because of the carbon that's being emitted. You know what? Instead of buying EVs and mining lithium, it's better to plant a tree to soak up the carbon dioxide. You will get more benefit for the earth by just planting more trees instead of stopping fossil fuels. And guess what? The trees will grow better. But people are so fucking stupid to think that EV is the answer. Really? Then why is it that no one's buying it? Because the infrastructure doesn't work. It's too costly. It takes too much time to charge. It's not robust. Do you want to spend $70,000 on a vehicle and it's guaranteed that it's not going to run after 4 or 5 years because of the damn battery? I mean, just look at your phone and look at your iPad. Simple lithium battery. After 2 years, it doesn't function as well. You think a vehicle that's out in the heat of the sun and in the cold of the winter, year in and year out, that your battery is going to be really robust? Wake up. Stupid. All right, going back to Bloomberg.
Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul.
Hey, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Boone, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. We're joined by Jen Bartash, senior retail staples and packaged food analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. There's a million important things we can talk about, but I have to lead off with this. Kellanova offering a version of Pop-Tarts with higher protein content starting in early November. This follows Pepsi's plan for a higher protein version of Doritos. I don't even know what protein is and how you would add it into something. Jen, what's going on here?
Yeah. Hi, Paul. So really what we're seeing is...
I gotta stop there for a second. So Paul Sweeney went to Duke University, ended up being a banker, as an investment banker, before he went to Bloomberg to do the radio show. All right? It's simulcast. That's why you can see the video of it. But the thing is that Paul Sweeney becomes an investment banker. He came from an Ivy League plus university, Duke University, all right? And ended up being an IB investment banker, right? And he doesn't know what the fuck proteins are? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What the hell are they teaching at Duke? Another Wall Street dipshit. This is my hyperbole to inform people that you need to use some common sense, and that majority of the people that are running the fucking government and are working on Wall Street are a bunch of dipshits.
This protein trend is something that consumers are really looking for. And at the end of the day, when it comes to PepsiCo or it comes to Kellanova, this is really about making people feel marginally better about eating food that is bad for them. Right? Let's just be honest about it, right? So, when you put protein on the package, people feel like even if they're making a bad choice, it's not as bad as it could have been.
Well, at least she's honest. But the thing is that Jennifer, the one that's talking, she has a BMI of like 30. That's bad. That's obese. All right? Why the hell are you buying Doritos? Oh, it's got protein on it. Why don't you just eat a really nice cooked piece of chicken or some fish, or have a nice tenderized piece of beef? All right? Get your protein naturally. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Instead of eating Doritos and having a BMI of 30?
The equivalent of vanity sizing at retailers, right? You're actually a size 6, but we're going to tell you you're a size 2 so you feel better and buy more clothes. Is this as simple, Jen, as just adding protein powder on top of the Kellogg's Pop-Tarts? Excuse me, Kellanova Pop-Tarts?
Yes. So what they've done is they've protein into the pastry part of the Pop-Tart, and that changes the texture and the taste just a little bit. But what's really interesting is the consumer trend behind it. We ran a proprietary protein study back in the middle of the summer, and what we saw was that almost 40% of consumers eat something with protein enhanced, whether it's a snack or a beverage, on a weekly basis.
In a snack or a beverage that has sugar. Now let's get back to the brass tacks of this. Insurance costs a lot. Medical insurance costs a lot. We're in a government shutdown because the Democrats want more money for Obamacare. Why? Because Americans have diabetes. Now I wonder, why is their A1C levels so elevated? Because they have a lot of sugar in their bloodstream. Why is it that they have a lot of sugar in their bloodstream? Because they're eating fucking Pop-Tarts with protein in it. So the answer to this is to stop eating this crap. This is the reason why people are getting sick. This is the reason why our healthcare sucks. This is the reason why we're spending so much and getting poor outcomes because of this crap. Now, I guarantee you that Bloomberg won't say anything about that. Bloomberg will just say, oh, Trump's bad because he shut down the government because the Republicans don't want to kowtow to the Democrats and give them more money for insurance. Well, if you stop eating the Pop-Tarts, maybe you don't need the insurance.
At least 38% said that they're eating more protein-enhanced products in the last 3 months. So clearly there's a consumer uptake, there's interest in this, and that's what these companies are really tapping into.
Do I want more protein? Do I need more protein?
I'm eating more egg whites, but that's because it's available at work. What are you doing?
I don't know. It's the same thing at Postcard.
Your goldfish do not have extra protein on them.
Goldfish do not have extra
Paul
protein.
Sweeney, that went to Duke, ended up being an IB, didn't do so well, and then ended up being at Bloomberg. And he doesn't know what protein does for you. Smart guy. The reality of the situation here is proper diet, proper exercise, and proper supplementation. All right? Now, do you think protein in snack foods is a good thing for you? I mean, just eat more of that protein on that Pop-Tart or those Doritos. And then your salt concentration in your bloodstream goes up and your blood glucose levels go up. That's really going to be good for your kidneys. And then you'll have early kidney disease. Now, a better way to do it is proper diet, proper exercise, and proper supplementation. All right? So I'm going to segue into a perfect product plug. Heirloom barley. Heirloom barley is a micronutrient that you can't buy at a regular store. This is heirloom barley. The barley that normally people buy is degraded in nutrients. This is high nutrients. It's a powder. And you mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. I mix it with hummus. You can mix it with yogurt. You can mix it with applesauce. But taking it every day, what does this do? This will bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase, and detoxify your body. I guarantee you that those Pop-Tarts and Doritos don't detoxify your body. Actually, it adds toxins to your body. I'm sure those Doritos and Pop-Tarts don't bring down inflammation. I guarantee you it increases inflammation. But this does the opposite. By taking this and you're bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals, and detoxifying your body, your immune system and your endocrine system will perform better. Your joint health will be better. Your brain function will be better. But I guarantee you, if you eat too many Pop-Tarts and Doritos, you're going to have blood pressure issues, and you're going to have high levels of sugar in your bloodstream. Do you think that's good for your brain? Sit down. I'm going to give you a moment of truth here. No, it's not good for your brain. Lots of sugar and lots of salt are bad for your brain. Okay? But right here is a high-density protein, heirloom barley, that is actually healthy for you. That will improve your immune system and improve your endocrine system and your other bodily systems. Why? Because it brings down inflammation, soaks up free radicals, and detoxifies your body regularly. Instead of providing garbage in your body and then go, well, I wonder why I'm not healthy. This is manufactured consensus. This is what Noam Chomsky, the liberal, even though his politics is wrong, he was right about this. He wrote a book about manufactured consensus. And the manufactured consensus is this. They try to convince you to have a certain consumer behavior or a certain political persuasion so they can take advantage of you. In this case, they want to convince you to buy Pop-Tarts and Doritos because it has protein in it. Oh, protein is good for you, right? Well, not all protein is equal, and why would you put something good on something bad? Doesn't it make sense to put the good with the bad, or put the good with the good, not bad, right? Right? So why would you want Doritos with your protein? Or your Pop-Tarts with your protein? Doesn't it make more sense to have your protein with something healthy, like hummus or yogurt or some applesauce or just filtered water? No, they can't do that because they want to push a product that can be on the shelf for a long time because of all of its preservatives. And do you think all those preservatives are good for you? Do you think the preservatives that keep the shelf life of Pop-Tarts and Doritos are good for you? No, they're not. Those are the chemicals that are disrupting the endocrine system and the immune system of the body. The very thing that I'm trying to tell people how to improve, they're doing the opposite. They're trying to convince through manufactured consensus to make you more unhealthy. And to add insult to injury, they have someone obese telling you to do it.
Who are on GLP-1 drugs, right? But protein is a big solution for people who are on those drugs because you tend to lose muscle mass as a side effect of those drugs. And so as the uptake of GLP-1 goes up, there's more and more demand for these protein-enhanced products.
That's what I needed. Okay, now I'm on a cocktail party. I need to sound smart on proteins. Now I got it.
But fiber is a new protein. And Jen is...
Wait. If you're starting to lose muscle mass because of the medication you're on, and you're on a GLP-1, all right, then why don't you just stop taking in sugary substances? Why don't you go and work out, gain muscle mass so you become less insulin resistant? Now, to build up that muscle, you need protein, but you don't need Pop-Tarts with that protein. You need to go and get the heirloom barley and do some resistance training. I mean, think about how asinine that is. Shove more Pop-Tarts in your face because you're on diabetic medication or trying to lose weight medication, but you're shoving those Pop-Tarts in your mouth because it has protein, but you're really not doing any exercise to gain muscle. And it's just a downward spiral. You have more problems, you gain more weight, you have more problems with your endocrine system and your immune system, become more insulin resistant, and then all of a sudden you decide to buy even more Pop-Tarts with more protein, and you just get fatter and fatter and fatter and fatter. God, I can't. This is the reason why Americans are sick. This is the reason why we're spending $100 billion a year on healthcare. This is the reason why people are complaining that when you go to your doctor, it costs so damn much. This is the reason why, right here. Shelf life with a bunch of preservatives that are affecting your endocrine system and your immune system. And then you get an added benefit. You get fat with it.
PepsiCo CEO say something about this?
Yeah, whether it's anything that helps kind of enhance the product. So when you talk about Doritos, they have additional milk protein being added, higher fiber products. All of these things are things that the average consumer perceives as having a health or wellness benefit, and people are trying in small steps to be a little bit better about their health.
All right, let's get to another story I thought was really interesting. Walmart partners with OpenAI to offer shopping on ChatGPT. This sounds like a natural. What's going on here, Jen?
Yeah, this is an interesting move, but I think it really illustrates sort of that trend of what's happening across retail in general. Walmart's really been very good about doing experimentation and kind of checking out what the opportunities are when it comes to social media and social commerce, particularly. And this latest partnership with OpenAI, this really does tap into that as well. Now, social spending is still very small in terms of the overall percentage of what retailers are achieving, but it's important to be present. And I think that's what's most notable about this announcement.
What is social spending, and how do the numbers differ from normal shopping through Walmart's website or going into Walmart's actual stores?
Yeah, so social commerce is when you're on a platform, whether it's on ChatGPT now, or whether it's on TikTok, or whether it's on Facebook, or any of the social media platforms, and you have the ability to add to cart and buy now. That's social commerce, but it's still a tiny fraction of the overall e-commerce that happens for these companies. So while it's important in terms of their showing that they're present and that they're aware of new technologies, it's not going to move the needle with regards to their overall e-commerce sales or their overall business mix at this point.
Jen, we've got a little bit more data, a little bit more time. As it relates to tariffs, what's your best guess as to what your packaged foods companies, your retailers, how are they kind of segmenting the tariffs before maybe passing along something to the consumer?
Yeah, it's a complicated situation, Paul, and really what's happening is, where they can find alternative sourcing, a lot of companies have been trying to do that. There are some companies in packaged food where that's not as easy. So I would take McCormick as an example, where a lot of spices you can't produce domestically or you can't source domestically. And then it becomes a question of how do you negotiate with partners? Do you find alternative countries of origin that maybe have slightly lower tariff levels? And it's also a lot of effort right now is going into finding efficiencies that can help offset those costs so that they can absorb some of that cost and not have to pass it on to consumers. Ultimately, most of the companies we're talking to are saying that where needed, they will very strategically pass price through, but they're trying to avoid a uniform, unilateral price increase just due to tariffs.
How much of this work has been done, what you just described? And I guess I wonder how much of it will be covered in the earnings calls this quarter.
I think it will be definitely a topic of the earnings calls this quarter. But when we had tariffs back in 2018, a lot of companies started the process of identifying other options for sourcing. So there's probably been more progress made than people would recognize because it didn't just start this year. And so it's been sort of a gradual shift. And once they have those plans in place, they can sort of accelerate that. And then the focus really is on efficiencies. And that's where the technology comes back into play, where it helps them be better with regards to their sourcing, their negotiations, and really in terms of understanding what products they actually need to carry and which products they could perhaps suspend or discontinue.
Again, thanks so much for joining us. Jen Bartash is Senior Retail Staples and Packaged Food Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Adding protein to your Pop-Tarts. I got the cinnamon glaze. That was my Pop-Tart back in the day.
I like the Oreo one.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't see how anyone can eat this for breakfast without gagging. It's too much. It's like cloying how sweet it is. First thing in the morning. But add some protein, maybe I'm in.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll see.
If you really want a little bit of sweetness naturally, why don't you have a piece of fruit, like a pear or an apple or grapefruit or kiwi, blueberries. No. Let's shove our mouth with fortified protein on a Pop-Tart. This is the reason why Americans are sick. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take my advice. It's a holistic approach. It's about proper diet, proper exercise. That means resistance training, cardio, stretching, and balancing exercises. It's better to be more on the resistance training than the cardio because you'll actually gain muscle and be more fit and have better glucose control. But you also need to take proper supplementation, right? Get the olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract will bring down inflammation and help with your lipid profile. By improving your lipid profile, by helping to reduce LDL levels and increase your HDL levels, you're reducing plaque formation. Why? Because less LDL means less oxidized LDL, and oxidized LDL is eaten up by macrophages inside the media of your blood vessel that leads to plaque. They turn into foam cells, and that's the plaque. Well, if you have less LDL oxidized, guess what? You don't have foam cells. You don't have plaque. Amazing how that works. And by bringing down inflammation, you're boosting up your immune system. So this is a dual purpose. Get the olive leaf extract instead of a fortified protein Pop-Tart. Resveratrol. I've been taking this for decades. Do you want to look like DrPaulCottrell, or do you want to look like Alex Jones? And DrPaulCottrell's older than Alex Jones. Resveratrol soaks up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It also helps the health of the mitochondria, so you have more energy. It helps with youthful gene expression, super important when you get older. And it helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. So you want to slow down the aging process and get healthier, take resveratrol. This stacks really well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol. So please go to my store and get the resveratrol, and resveratrol helps the basal layer for your skin, so you look better. I'm pretty sure that Pop-Tarts don't do that. And omega-3. Omega-3 will help to bring down inflammation, systemic inflammation. It'll help to bring that down. Omega-3 helps to reduce the stickiness of your red blood cells. And omega-3 helps to improve your lipid profile, helps to bring down those LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. This stacks really well with olive leaf extract. And this is very important for cardiovascular health. So a great stack for cardiovascular health is the omega-3. Stack it with the olive leaf extract that help boost up that immune system and help with your cardiovascular health. And resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression. So if you're improving your cardiovascular health, if you're improving your immune system, and you're getting better gene expression, youthful gene expression, don't you think that over time you're going to look younger? The answer is yes. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the omega-3, the olive leaf extract, and the resveratrol. Stack it together, use it. Discount 5, and you get $5 off. Or you can just go to the grocery store and go to Costco and buy a whole crate of Pop-Tarts fortified with protein and get healthy. Wrong. Proper diet, proper exercise, proper supplementation, getting proper sleep, mindfulness or spirituality, learning new things. That's the way you get healthy, not gorging on Pop-Tarts. Oh, you're so busy and you don't have time. You got time to get fat. You got time to have to go to the doctor once you get diabetes.
J.D. Vance signaling over the weekend that the president was not opposed to invoking the Insurrection Act in his effort to deploy the U.S. military in American cities for law enforcement purposes. Former President Barack Obama weighing in today, he had a warning about what he believes would be the broader consequences of that action.
When you have military that can direct force against their own people, that is inherently corrupting. When you have what looks like a deliberate end run around not just a concept, but a law that's been around for a long time, Posse Comitatus, that says, you don't use our military on.
Then why is it that the Democratic Party, that's super left-wing, Marxist, communist, social democrat, having our cities go into the gutter, destroying the economic prowess of this great nation? Sometimes you have to push back and say, enough is enough, and we're going to clean up the mess, and don't make this happen again. Oh, we got a bunch of lawyers, and we're just going to litigate, that the president shouldn't be doing this, and blah, blah, blah. Well, why not the mayors cleaning up the mess? I listened to the audiobook for his memoirs, his first part of his memoirs. He hasn't written his second part yet, assuming that he doesn't even write it. He is a ghostwriter. But he reads it out loud on the audiobook. And the reality of the situation is poorly written. And not only that, he didn't have that much of an experience for his life when you compare it to like Ted Kennedy or Reagan, right? When you take Reagan as a president or Ted Kennedy with his whole arc of service as in the Senate, these people, they traversed through decades, multiple decades of changing political perspectives. in the United States. The zeitgeist changed multiple times within their whole arc of being in public service. But Barack Obama, he wasn't that experienced. He just kind of came onto the scene with very little experience. So there's not that much substance in his memoir. Now, there's funny things. I think that he actually, when he opens up, he actually can be a funny person. Right? I do think that. But when it came to, pushing a left-wing agenda, that was his forte. He's all about Marxism. This guy is a Marxist. But you have, the sad thing is that a lot of these legal schools, they're not pushing out conservatives, they're pushing out liberals. And so when they get into politics, they're pushing a liberal agenda. And a lot of these liberals, they are either leaning towards socialism or Marxism, or they're deep into it. And unfortunately, very elite schools are minting these students. Now, if you don't think I'm right, find it in your community. When you start talking to lawyers, and you start, find out, where are they with their political leanings, and you'll find that majority of them that are coming out of these universities are left leaning or ultra left. And you got to be careful. And this is the reason why conservatives need to push back. You need to push back because of the prowess of technology and understanding science. You need to push back on using philosophy and understanding, what the philosophers were warning us on, understanding the writers, the novelists that were warning about socialism, that were warning about collectivism, understanding economics, the differences between Hayek and Keynes, the problems with capitalism and how to improve it, but also the benefits, the virtues of capitalism versus the hellhole of Marxism. And when you push back with logic, when you push back with knowledge, when you push back and say, I will not accept your liberal bullshit, even if you're an ex-president of the United States, even if you think that going after Barack Obama seems to be racist, if he was a failed president, you need to call him off on it. Now, not even Biden had something good about his presidency. I can't think of one yet, but I'm sure there was something good about it. Everyone has something good and bad about the presidency. The question is when you put all the bad on one side of the table and all the good on the other side of the table, presidents have more of one side than the other. Barack Obama, when you add it all up, when you look at the final analysis, he was a failed president. And it's self-evident in his memoir because there's a lack of experience. There's a lack of going through an arc of history. And this is the problem when you just pick someone because he's a certain race or a she because they're a certain race. So what Barack Obama was, he elevated because there was a financial crisis. People were scared. They bought into manufactured consensus. They were told that he was going to give you change and make things better. But did he? Did he? I'm not so sure about that. Did he? You're telling me that the Federal Reserve wouldn't do TARP if it wasn't for Barack Obama? TARP would have happened no matter who the president was, including McCain. So the president had nothing to do with it. Nothing. Now he'll take the credit. He'll also take the fall. But we're still learning. We are still feeling the effects of the massive balance sheet ballooning of the Federal Reserve. This is part of the reason why UK is in trouble. They can't unwind it. They're having a hard time unwinding these balance sheets. Mr. Socialist. Right there, Mr. Socialist. Now, when you're not a deep person, you'll notice that they kind of like save fluffy words and, you know, beat around the bush, and, you know, they're just kind of like, you know, just handling the question in a peripheral way, not getting to the root cause, because there's no substance. There's no substance. See, a lot of people that are with these Marxists and these socialists, it's like they're trying to memorize like certain phrases, like red is the best, and, you know, we had the workers are the most important, and if you're rich, you're evil, and, you know, so they have the point I'm making is that they memorize certain tropes, and then they keep on repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. But if you actually push back on these ultra leftists, there's no substance behind it. And then when you start showing logic, they start getting more violent. They're raising their voice more, and they're trying to shut them out. There's a video, if I can find it, maybe I'll play it. But over the weekend, Cuomo, which I don't like, he's a mobster, but Mamdani sent some of these leftists to Cuomo's public speech that was on the street. All right? And they kept on trying to drown out Cuomo while he was speaking. It was obvious that it was to disrupt. All right? This is a tactic of a Marxist. This is their tactic. You see the same thing when you have a conservative trying to talk at a university, and you have the liberal student body trying to cancel them, trying to either raise their voice and prevent them from speaking, or they raise such a ruckus they actually cancel the event. Look at when Stephen Bannon was part of the administration for the first term for Trump. Harvard Business School, because Stephen Bannon went to HBS for his MBA, Harvard Business School students, alumnus, did a petition to try to cancel his diploma and have the university cancel it because he was working for Trump. This is the idiocy of the left. This is the idiocy of a Marxist. And conservatives need to push back.
That is inherently corrupting. When you have what looks like a deliberate end run around.
You know what's deliberately corrupt? Having mayors letting prisoners out, causing more havoc, doing no cash bail, not being tough on crime, you know, letting the city go to shit. What about that? If the city was clean, if the city was safe, Trump wouldn't need to do what he's doing. But it just so happens that, why is it that the Democrats just want their city a shithole? Oh, you can ask Congress for more money. And when more money keeps on flowing in, because you need social programs to help the people because they're living in poverty, they can skim. They can skim the money. There's corruption. So the more problems you have in your state, you can ask for more money from the federal government or the state government, and you get it, and then you can get a little bit of a take. You can get a kickback. Amazing how that works with the Democrats. If your city is doing well, and people are safe, and they have food, and they have jobs, there's less requests from the federal government for money. And less requests from the federal government for money means less kickback. Oh, so who's the corrupt one? The Republicans or the fucking leftists?
The concept, but a law that's been around for a long time, that says, you know, you don't use our military on domestic soil.
We got a lot of laws on the books saying corruption's bad, and they need to be, and politicians need to be prosecuted. But the thing is that when your judicial system, your attorney generals, your district attorneys, and your governor, and your mayor, and your city council are all Democrats, then they kind of like, they protect each other. But if a Republican does something wrong, they're going to go after you. Look at Letitia James. Letitia James said, once she becomes a district attorney, she's going to find something that Trump did wrong. And she's going to prosecute him. That doesn't sound like a fair judicial system, does it? Does that sound like Lady Justice is blind? No. It sounds like Lady Justice is black. And has a chip on her shoulder named Letitia James.
An extraordinary emergency of some sort. That when you see an administration suggest that ordinary street crime is an insurrection or a terrorist act, that is a genuine effort to weaken how we have understood democracy.
All right, joining us now in New York.
When you pay your rent with Bilt, you earn valuable points every month to redeem toward flights with world-class airlines, stays across all major hotel programs.
All right, joining us now in.
Have you noticed how he speaks and he has these pauses? Barack Obama has these pauses, trying to explain something. There's no substance to the guy. There's no substance. I'm telling you, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. He's not an intellectual.
Marina, CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams and CNN chief national affairs correspondent Jeff Zeleny are here.
Great. So we're on a state-sponsored news network called CNN. And we're going to have them litigate on CNN about what Barack Obama just said and how bad Donald Trump is. So let's listen to the experts, the lawyers. That's another problem with this country. Not only do we have people that are eating too many fucking Pop-Tarts with protein fortification, we have too many fucking lawyers. Not enough engineers.
The text chain is also joining us there on the left side of your screen. They're going to have additional analysis for you while we continue to chat here. Jeff Zeleny, you covered Obama's entire campaign, right? And I'm struck by the contrast of the candidate that we saw in 2008, the energy there, and sort of the laconic stylings of the former president and the way he is coming across. He has not said a lot. That was more than really he has said in the past about the country, the president, and what he clearly seems to think is a slide toward authoritarianism. What do you make of his decision to kind of enter the chat in this way, so to speak, and the message that he has?
Look, he's been doing it with increasing frequency after being relatively silent throughout much of the first Trump administration.
Let me get this straight. I'm sure that the experts, I mean the lawyers, aren't going to say this. Don't you think that Nancy Pelosi, when she was pushing Obamacare, don't you think she was authoritarian? She told the House, Republicans and Democrats, don't read the bill, just vote yes. And then after you vote yes, then you can read the bill. What? Yeah, that's what happened. Don't you think that's a little authoritarian? I digress.
It was a little awkward for him to speak out. He's been speaking out much more this year, I think, than he probably has over the last almost 8 years combined. Look, he came across.
You know why? You know why? Do you know why? The reason was one, Harris was late to the whole election party. She only had 107 days to run. Because they thought they were going to be able to roll Biden right into a second term. But there's the midterm election that's coming up in 2026 in November. And if they can create such a stir to have more hate against Trump, that maybe some seats will switch to the Democratic Party. So he's going to do all his effort to try to get the Democrats back and win the House, maybe erode the Senate. But the point here is that he's not on the side of trying to help America become a better place and make the world a peaceful place. He wants power. This is the problem with the Democratic Party. It's all about power. And when there's conflict, disruption, problems with your city, that gives them a stance to try to convince the voter through manufactured consensus that their party is the answer, even though their party is actually the problem, not the answer. Let's listen more to the experts.
The professorial, Barack Obama, a little bit above it, taking a look at it. What I was most struck by was his sort of admonition to progressives. And that reminds me of something that we heard from him actually pretty frequently. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. He said this, he said, I'd say you can't just be a scold all the time. And he said progressives have a holier than thou superiority. So yes, he has some strong words to say for President Trump and the state in which the country finds itself, but also a little bit of tough medicine for Democrats and progressives as well. So I thought that was that's probably his biggest contribution to the chat, if you will, as Democrats try and rebuild themselves and rebuild their party out of the wilderness. He's trying to be pretty, trying to put his thumb on the scale in terms of the direction of the party.
Is he right, Jamal?
Well, first of all, I think he's back in his office. What's with the muted tan tones? The Oval Office looked that way.
So I mean, it's like the big suit became a room.
Listen, he is saying what is on a lot of people's minds about getting out there and talking about the creeping authoritarianism that people feel is happening in the country. You know, one thing about Barack Obama today is that he has a lot more freedom to be able to speak out. You know, he's the president, so he has immunity. So Donald Trump actually can't attack Barack Obama with his legal forces the way he's doing with other political opponents. That's not insignificant. And so the president, I think, has to step up and...
Is he fucking dreaming? Is he fucking dreaming? Russiagate, the hoax. That came right out of Barack Obama's administration. The big question is can he be prosecuted for it? And I would say yes. His administration set in motion to lie to the judicial branch, to try to demonize and to hamstring Trump's presidency. They came right up from Barack Obama. So what? Is he not paying attention? Hello? What about Arctic frost? Now, Arctic frost, I believe, was during the Biden administration. But the point here is that this Barack Obama's administration with the Russiagate hoax, right, and the surveillance of Trump's team and of Trump during the election, Trump wins, and then there's further deep state slow walking and trying to demonize and trying to hamstring his presidency and tarnish him so he would lose potentially an election if he survived the impeachments. Now, he survived the impeachments, all right? All of this, when you put it all together and you follow where was the genesis of this? This is coming from the Hillary campaign, and Barack Obama rubber stamped it and allowed for the surveillance. Use the FBI, use the CIA, and the Justice Department, the Department of Justice, was weaponized with the approval of Barack Obama. So where is he saying that he has immunity? What? Literally, that's treason. What he did was treasonous. Treason. And I'm pretty sure, even if you're a former president, you can be held for treason.
Out in a way that maybe some other Democrats won't be able to. But I did learn this when I worked for Bill Clinton as a kid, which is it takes a horse to beat a horse. And I think this is what Barack Obama is talking about. Put your own ideas on the track, get them out there, let people judge them versus Donald Trump's, not just be a scold about how bad Trump is.
Scott?
Yeah, I mean,
Treat yourself to big savings on top-rated pieces during Raymond's Flanagan's anniversary sale.
What's down there? For ages, man could only wonder. Until 1957, when a man named Carl Lorenz.
Scott?
Yeah, I mean, he's been the most hyper-political and hyper-partisan post-president we've ever had. He's still acting that way.
Yep.
They're not over the fact that Donald Trump won the national popular vote last year.
Yep.
And they keep warning about the same things that they were warning and fussing about during the campaign.
They're not even, and the Democrats aren't even paying attention. There are there's over 3,000 counties in the United States that are Republican. They're red. There are about 500 that are Democratic. Now, it just so happened that some of those counties are high density, like New York, but the majority of the country is Republican.
Been responded to. I think Donald Trump is executing every part of his agenda in almost exactly the way that he promised he was going to, up to and including enforcing laws in the United States that have been on the books for a very, very long time that his predecessor chose simply not to execute. You throw that on top of the fact that he's having this extraordinary success on the world stage, and I just think Democrats from Obama on down are having a heck of a time understanding where they went wrong and how Donald Trump has captivated a nation and now the entire world.
Elliot, how do you see
They're Marxists. They're Marxists. They want control. They're trying to force it, and they think that they can just pull themselves into the presidency and into the legislative control. They think they can just pull and just, do focus groups. But that's not in the heart. That's not in the soul of the candidate and of the party. See, if you stay away from the over polling and the over clinics and interviews of individuals, and you stay a course, if you have some convictions and you don't seesaw back and forth based on polling, but if you stay with convictions, then you will fare better in the long run. See, the Democratic Party, they're always polling themselves to oblivion. And so it makes the candidate look disingenuous. Why does Trump look so good? Because he doesn't plan it. He doesn't take polls. It's whatever he's thinking. For better or worse, you get what you see. With Harris, it was like she couldn't articulate it right, but not just that, there was over polling to try to get to a certain demographic so you can potentially win electoral votes in this area of the country. It's over precise. And when you do this over precising polling, you lose because the candidate doesn't look genuine. It's like it's over toleranced. This is part of the reason why the Germans lost the war. The Germans made weaponry with such tight tolerances that when it was in the field, it wouldn't work because of temperature changes or dust or dirt or whatever. The weaponry was made better than what the Americans were making, but the Americans, it was more robust in the battlefield. Well, if you over tolerate something, in this case, over polling, and trying to get the candidate, the Democratic candidate, to be persuasive for a particular group of people, and it's really not within their heart, it's not going to look legitimate. And that's the reason why they keep on losing, because they think they can pull themselves into the presidency.
Well, I think there's no doubt that authoritarianism is on the rise around the globe. Just look at the kinds of folks who have taken power in the last decade, from Belarus to El Salvador, Bukele, and Viktor Orban in Hungary, and on and on and on. They also happen to be often folks that the president speaks about favorably. Like that's a fact. That's not a criticism of Donald Trump. And I just think the kinds of things that have made those men so powerful, the kinds of things we ought to be careful about embracing here in the United States, like firing prosecutors, and some of the other acts that might seem good and might seem wonderful on a gut level to many people, but are profoundly dangerous for the rule of law in the country. And I just think when you strip down the politics out of Obama's statements, like he's not making an untrue point about authoritarianism around the world, what we ought to be cautious of in the United States.
Yeah, so speaking of this, I want to play a little bit of what the former president put out. We saw him on a podcast that was released in the last day or so. This was at the Obama Foundation, or for the Obama Foundation, over the weekend on Saturday, where he's talking about how basically the United States isn't immune, even though perhaps many people in the United States thought that the U.S. was immune. Let's watch.
There's a lot here that I need to unpack, but put it in the context of even architecture. All right, political theory or philosophy can also be represented in art. Now, with the library that's being constructed for Barack Obama, the actual architectural design is terrible, absolutely terrible. But it has this kind of almost like, it doesn't have beauty in it. There's a darkness and there's sharp edges. Now, if you look at something that is sharp edged in terms of design, it is usually antithetical to something that is natural. Most of nature is organic and there's a smooth transition. When you have, now of course we can use examples like the bark of a tree has sharp edges, or salt crystal is a cube and there's sharp edges, right? But in nature, there's like, at the macro level, there's a smoothness to it. It's what is called organic. In terms of design, it's called either an organic design or an inorganic design. An inorganic design has a lot of sharp edges. An organic design flows, right? Barack Obama, even his library is sharp-edged. It doesn't have a flow. And so it's going back to this kind of like philosophy of like a postmodernism, a relativism type philosophy. Now, when you have that, well, in a philosophical thought, relativism, well, your perspective may be just as valid as mine. And so when you have it in the political discourse, relativism, this postmodernism, and the sharp-edgedness of it in the rhetoric, they could be promoting, saying, oh, you know what? Maybe capitalism isn't good. Maybe socialism is better because it's all relative. And hence, we get Mamdani in New York. And what's New York? New York has a lot of architecture that is inorganic. There's a lot of postmodernism. There's a lot of relativism in its thinking. It's okay to to have a different perspective. Well, not necessarily, because not all perspectives are weighted equally. And sometimes some perspectives are just flat out wrong. They're falsehoods. And so what happens in the society through this postmodernism, through this inorganicness of the surfaces of its architecture and of its rhetoric, they push certain types of policies like Pride Month. It starts something benign like equal rights for homosexuals, and then it's a slippery slope where it's now projecting gender dysphoria at a very young age. And this is all due to a postmodernism of philosophy, relativism, which is antithetical to a more parochial way of thinking. Now, there are times when relativism is important to use, where one particular vantage point gives you a certain perspective and another particular vantage point gives you a different perspective, and they may seem mutually exclusive, but they're actually mutually inclusive. But that's not always the case. So there's a fallacy with these liberals that are using this postmodernism. But unfortunately, we don't have people on CNN or MSNBC or anywhere that's really talking about this. That Barack Obama's library, where it's over budget, poorly designed, and is a manifestation of this postmodernism, this relativism. Oh, any person, black or white, male or female, will give you an equal result in the presidency. Really? Really? That's what relativism means. That's not necessarily true. It's about merit. It's about competency. You think that Harris is more competent than Trump? Do you think that Barack Obama is more competent than Reagan? So maybe relativism has its benefits in a certain context, but when you take it to the nth degree, this postmodernism philosophy is affecting our country, not just the landscape for buildings. Mark my words, the soul of Barack Obama is a manifestation of the angularness of his library. And when you look at evil characters in movies, do they have sharp edges or do they have soft edges? Do they look more organic or inorganic? And you will come to the conclusion when you do the final analysis that you will see that angular villains are more prevalent in movies than organic ones. They're sharp edges. Why? Because during our evolution as a species, we had to survive from predators. Now, what do predators have? Teeth, sharpness, claws. So we are trained psychologically to be aware and to be fearful of the sharp edges, because they're not organic. They come from a evilness. They come from the side of death. So if you have postmodernism pushing angularism, if you're having postmodernism pushing relativism, it's actually going to our reptilian brain that's leading us to say, wait a minute here, this is something evil. And this is why conservatives need to push back. This is the reason why conservatives need to get way more intelligent and push back. Barack Obama is angular. And this angular philosophy of his postmodernism is not in congruence with the Constitution, even though he's a lawyer. You think of the founding fathers, do you think of angular? Do you think of the Enlightenment and you think angular? No, it's more organic. When you think of light, do you think of angular? Or do you think that it's ubiquitous? And if it's ubiquitous, it's hard to catch, right? There's no angles when you see light. Well, maybe if it goes through a prism and blah, blah, blah. But you get the point that I'm making. That when a room is lit up, you don't see the angular. But this is this light is metaphoric for the Enlightenment of philosophy. This is antithetical to the postmodern world that Barack Obama has aligned himself with, that Marxism has aligned himself with.
I've become increasingly concerned about the rising wave of authoritarianism sweeping the globe. We're seeing politicians target civil society, undermine freedom of the press.
And I'll tell you what.
Weaponize.
Now think about that. Black, right? Now, people that look at, now I'm going to be dissecting this a little bit here. Black person, all right? Actually mulatto, he's 50% white. But the thing is that, what is he wearing? He's wearing a black suit, jacket, and a black button-up shirt. All right? Now, people that know how to dress usually have contrast. They don't wear all one color. All right? Now, sometimes in certain cases, you may, like a funeral or whatever, or if you're Gothic or whatever. But the point here is that usually you have contrast. With the skin, he might contrast with a red or a yellow. But why would you wear all black? For this foundation, Barack Obama's foundation, the Obama Foundation. All right? Why would you do that? That was issued on Saturday. It's all black. Now, what did I say about angularism and postmodernism? Where's the light? There's not light, there's darkness. You're seeing it right here in this video. In this video, he's projecting the angularness of relativism, the angularness of Marxism. He is antithetical to the Enlightenment. Now let's continue.
The justice system. And no one is being spared. Even countries that thought they were immune from wholesale assaults on democracy now understand we're all part of this struggle.
I will admit, Jeff, to being slightly...
There's a reason nightclub bouncers make such great diet coaches.
I just want to get an ice cream sandwich.
That is not on the list. Just like there's a reason more...
I will admit, Jeff, to being slightly distracted by the soundtrack.
Right.
Point
That's another. She brings that up. She brings up a good point. The soundtrack too. All right, let's listen to that in again.
Like many of you, I've become increasingly concerned about the rising wave of authoritarianism sweeping the globe. We're seeing
now, what's interesting is that it's like an organ synthesizer. And it's like, but there's a little bit of ding, in the background. and it's like an organ. He's all dressed in black, and there's a slight, it looks like a slight white t-shirt right underneath, like an undershirt, just hinting like he's a reverend, like a priest. Just slight hint, right at the collar, because it's unbuttoned, so it's all black, just a slight hint of it. So he's playing to the black constituency that gets their politics at the church. So it's the people that did this video, they knew exactly what they were doing. It wasn't like he just went into his closet and decided to just randomly pick a black shirt, a white undershirt, and have a black suit on, and then have an organ playing in the background, or that synthesizer that hints at just softly an organ. And authoritarianism? He's talking about authoritarianism? All right, so the sound is really, really strange, but he's trying to play like this priest, there's a little bit of a priestly thing about him. Now, this blackness also is not, this is inorganic. It's not organic. This goes to this whole relativism and postmodernism stuff. But okay, so we have that. Let's continue playing this.
Undermine freedom of the press, weaponize the justice system. No one is being spared.
Okay, I want to rewind this. All right, so that noise in the background is interesting. They did it on purpose.
The United States thought that the U.S. was immune. Let's watch.
Like many of you, I've become increasingly concerned about the rising wave of authoritarianism sweeping the globe. We're seeing
they're confusing authoritarianism with nationalism. That's what they're confusing. Countries are starting to push back on globalism. Now, what is globalism? Globalism is trying to circumvent your constitutional rights, your ability to mint coin for your country, and your ability to protect your borders. Why? Because the transnational capitalists don't want borders. They don't want strong nations. They want an uber government. That's what he's promoting here. All right? Smooth talker, but you got to really listen to the whole context of this. Think through it.
Nations target civil society, undermine freedom of the press, weaponize the justice system.
Oh,
no one is being spared.
Right. So freedom of the press, he's saying that Trump is preventing freedom of the press because he's going after individuals that are saying things and he sues them. And he's weaponizing the judicial system. Well, wait a minute. Didn't Barack Obama weaponize the judicial system on Russiagate? And surveil Trump during his presidency while the election was taking place for 2016? And was in bed, not literally, but figuratively, with Hillary Clinton to try to win? So didn't he weaponize the judicial system? Didn't he weaponize the CIA and the FBI? Now, what about the freedom of press? It was under his administration that they modernized the Smith Modernization Act. You know what that does? That gives the authority for the intelligence agencies to actually use propaganda on its citizens domestically. It was originally written to fight the communists to do propaganda outside of the country, not in the country, not to its citizens. It was under Barack Obama where he actually eroded the freedom of the press. He tried to control it. This guy is bullshit.
Even countries that thought they were immune from wholesale assaults on democracy now understand we're all part of this struggle.
Oh, so if you use tariffs to bring back manufacturing, you must be on assault of democracy around the world. Where's his bread buttered? Where's his thoughts? Where's his affinity? Is it for globalization or is it for the United States of America? Because what I just heard does not seem to be in line to the ethos of the Constitution. It seems to be in line with the UN. It seems like it's in line with the Economic World Forum. It seems to be in line with Davos. It seems to be in line with a one world government. And guess what? Our founding fathers, most of them were Freemasons, and they were against a one world government.
To being slightly distracted by the soundtrack from the point that the former president is making. But basically, I mean, and I remember thinking this too, or I should say, if you covered Capitol Hill before January 6th, right, there was a sense from so many lawmakers in both parties, but with, certainly with Republicans, that something like what then happened on January 6th couldn't happen here. He seems to be saying broadly that the world is different now, and that the things that we have seen happen in countries that have
here's something that conservatives really need to pay attention to. And if you're watching, take some time out of your busy schedule and try to learn about philosophy and learn about the history of Rome. All right? Really important. It started with kings. There was a king. It was under a kingdom and kingship, and eventually merged towards a republic, the Roman Republic, and then it ended up into the Roman Empire. All right, so there were these three main epochs. But the big point here is that as the society became larger, it needed to have more representation. And that representation was going through this republic. All right, you had the Senate, right, and then you had an overseer, and then you also had the plebs that eventually started having some power. All right, our founding fathers tried to learn from the republic and why the republic failed in Rome by setting up a Senate and a House of Representatives and an executive branch and a judicial branch. All right? So it was learning from the reasons why the Roman Empire was having problems. But the thing here is that as societies have this arc and there's corruption that starts to take place within government, maybe because of a deep state, maybe because of people on the take, maybe because of the cost of running a campaign, there may be multiple reasons why this is happening. But there's a corruption that takes place, and representative government starts to falter. So what happens is that it opens up for an emperor, in the case of Rome, to take hold, because the Senate became inept. Now we're starting to see that our legislative branch is becoming inept because of all the infighting. And you can see in a future time period, not during Trump's administration, I'm talking maybe 100 years from now, maybe 150 years, 200 years from now. I don't think it's anytime soon. But there's going to be a time where the legislative branch is so corrupt and so dysfunctional that when there's a shutdown, the president of the United States is going to actually become the first emperor. And all you got to do is just look at what was happening in Rome during this transition from a republic to an empire. Now, it's not Trump. It's not Trump. Because if you look at the history of Rome, there was multiple overseers with the Senate, where the cracks of the republic were starting to take place. That's what we're having right now. We're starting to see the cracks of the republic, right? But that doesn't mean that we can't fix it. Now, because of technology, there is a point where it might be sped up. It may take less than 250 years for it to turn into an empire, into where our legislative branch is nullified. It may, maybe because of technology, it all speeds up, but maybe technology actually prevents it from happening and it stays the constitutional republic. So, but this is understanding that period of time that the cracks were starting to show in the Roman Republic and how it transitioned into the Roman Empire, right? It's not Trump that's going to be doing this. This is a president way down the road here, all right? But it's dysfunctional and you have to fix it. Now, why is it dysfunctional? You have people that are literally trying to demonize the virtues of capitalism and pushing Marxism. And if we allow Marxism to take hold, we will lose this republic. But these stupid asses on CNN, they can't even say this. They're not smart enough. They're not smart enough to see it.
I mean, regimes that it could happen in the United States.
Look, I mean, I think this is very much a post-January 6th conversation, obviously, and I think that he is talking about. What
was the reason why January 6th happened? One, people were stressed out because of the crisis of 2020, financially and through their health. They started seeing a government that wasn't paying attention to the needs of the people, which was exactly the problem with the Republic of Rome, and the Senate wasn't paying attention to the plebs. You had FBI agents that were goading and trying to corral an incident to take place. You had the impropriety of elections. No one has done a full audit of the code in these machines. They didn't even do a full audit of the actual ballots. They certified, but they didn't audit. Audit is different. Audit is taking a look at where are problems with the machines, where there are problems with the mail-ins, where there are problems with the voter rosters. That didn't take place. They just had governors stamping an approval. They didn't do a full audit. Because if you did a full audit, you would actually see that there was improprieties. Now, you can use statistics to do inference. And when you look at statistics, what's the statistical probability of a jump diffusion for Biden at 4 a.m. the next day with a bunch of mail-in ballots? And then realize that all these mail-in ballot boxes were supported by tech, Zuckerberg. And Zuckerberg literally thinks that he's a Roman fucking emperor. If you don't believe me, Google it.
To civic groups and younger groups as well about sort of the rightward shift. And one question I have, he doesn't do many interviews. He does via podcasts and things, like he does mainly friendly interviews. To what degree does he sort of hold himself responsible, or what is the reaction to his presidency with the rise of Donald Trump? I saw that a person, Soltis Anderson, was asking that question in a chat on the side there, and that is such a central question here because it's interwoven. It's absolutely interwoven. The rise of Donald Trump obviously started during the Obama presidency, and it has certainly continued since then. So those two men are interwoven in American history in a way that I can't think of any presidents that necessarily are. Of course, Obama was a correction to Bush, if you will, on the Iraq War and other things, but the Trump-Obama sort of...
Yeah. Obama, which was interesting. I think you're exactly right. I mean, Obama's presidency delivered Trump, and then Biden's presidency delivered Trump stronger than ever. So that Obama-Biden political era, I mean, the net result of it is that Donald Trump is now one of the strongest presidents in the modern American political era. That is the net result.
Casey, as we think about democracies, one thing that is good for democracies are stable, vibrant middle classes and people sort of having aspirational ability to move up. And I think one thing that's happened since the financial collapse of 2009, 2010, is people have lost that faith that that's going to happen. I think that is not something we can ignore as we look at the rise of sort of authoritarian, strong man government around the world.
Yeah, fair point for sure.
Pair ambition with AI, and almost anything is possible. Make your most ambitious ideas into your greatest successes with hybrid cloud AI solutions from HPE. HPE, unlock ambition. QuickMD connects patients with a doctor online for opioid use disorder. Start medication-assisted treatment backed by science. No judgment, no stigma, and no insurance is required. Take control and talk to a doctor today at quick.md.
Well, look who's here. Former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, joining us. Newt, thanks for coming by again. We appreciate it. I want to know how you would characterize the Democrats' response.
All right, so now we're going to play a video by MSNBC talking about John Bolton being charged. Well, he had information in his possession that was highly classified. He's not supposed to have it. The president can have it, but a vice president can't. A national security advisor can't. Even Hillary Clinton can't. No, but we'll have the Democrats demonize Trump, raid Mar-a-Lago, saying that he had classified information, yet he's allowed to have classified information because he was the fucking president of the United States. But you don't hear too much by the mainstream media about John Bolton breaking the law. But John Bolton wrote a book talking about how evil Trump is. Conservatives need to push back to save the republic. Or heaven forbid, we have someone like Barack Obama or worse that ends up becoming an emperor.
U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Lindsay Halligan, is making moves that some are describing as radical reshaping of the office. Let's get the details now from MSNBC Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. So Ken, this latest move involves Halligan removing a senior prosecutor in Virginia. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Mika. Yes, Lindsay Halligan has removed, as we understand it, the first deputy in the office, a woman named Maggie Cleary, who appeared to have pretty good MAGA bona fides. She had been a local prosecutor, then she had been a federal prosecutor in the Western District of Virginia. She was falsely accused of being present at the January 6th riot, and she said that that experience had sort of made her aware of what she called the weaponization of government. And she'd made a bid to be the U.S. attorney in the Eastern District, but settled on being the first assistant. But we're told that she was not on board with the case against James Comey, the prosecution of James Comey for lying in Congress. She did not accompany Lindsay Halligan into the grand jury to present that case. And now we're told she's been removed from her job and sent somewhere else in the Justice Department. And that's part of a series of firings that have taken place in the Eastern District since Lindsay Halligan has taken power there. And remember, Lindsay Halligan, Donald Trump's former defense attorney, no prosecutorial experience. She had been an insurance lawyer, and now she's in charge of one of the most important U.S. attorney's offices in the United States, guys.
So Ken, Cleary's crime here was... So Ken, Cleary's crime here was that she was skeptical of the Comey prosecution, like almost every prosecutor in that office?
Lindsay Halligan is not reading out her decisions to us, Willie, but that is certainly one of the factors that we are told went into her removal from that position.
Let me ask you about Maryland as well, Ken. You report on the acting U.S. attorney there moving forward with criminal charges against President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton. What more are you learning about that?
Yes, so the John Bolton case, we are told, is not seen in the same bucket as, say, the James Comey case and the case against Letitia James, the New York Attorney General. There actually seems to be some significant evidence in the Bolton case. Remember,
First of all, Letitia James did tax fraud and mortgage fraud. Comey lied to Congress. Bolton has the deep state in his mustache.
He's not accused, he hasn't been charged, but his house and office were searched after a judge found probable cause to believe there was potential misconduct around classified information. And we learned subsequently that they did seize classified documents from his home, although those documents were old. What's really interesting about this case to me, what sources are telling us, is that this case arose in the Biden administration in part because the United States intelligence community found some of John Bolton's emails because his account, his AOL account, had been hacked by a foreign adversary. And one of the reasons they didn't move forward
This is
with
a classic example of the relativism that I'm talking about. You got MSNBC that's trying to sugarcoat John Bolton breaking the law. How? How is he sugarcoating it? Oh, he had classified information, but it was old. First of all, there's no statute of limitation on that. Second of all, John Bolton broke the law. And John Bolton went on public television around the fucking world for multiple years saying how bad and evil Trump was for having classified information at Mar-a-Lago, even though the president is allowed to have it. Relativism. This is an example of relativism that I'm talking about. Where, it's not so bad. It's old information. But if someone else does it, it's bad. So just accept our relativism. Let's accept our postmodern logic. No, there is this idea, right and wrong. It's very, very deontological. All right? Right and wrong. Black and white. All right? Very simple. Very simple. It has nothing to do with relativism.
Concerned about revealing that information, that revealing that the access that the U.S. had to this adversary would be more harmful than anything that John Bolton did with classified material. Obviously, the Trump administration did not share those qualms, and so they made public the fact that the U.S. Essentially hacked into this other foreign government and found these John Bolton emails. And some of my sources are very concerned about that and say that was a breach. The Trump administration says they did an analysis and professionals concluded it was okay to reveal. Either way, they appear to be moving forward with indicting John Bolton, Donald Trump's former national security advisor, and somebody who's prominent on Donald Trump's enemies list, guys.
So, Ken, in President Trump's infamous DM to Mamdani on Truth Social a few weeks ago, he identified 3 people he thought were, quote, guilty and should be investigated. James Comey's been indicted. Letitia James has been indicted. The third is Adam Schiff, senator from California. I couldn't help but notice that seemingly out of nowhere this weekend, Trump posted on Truth Social about his Ukraine impeachment, the first time he was impeached, and mentioned Schiff in that post, suggesting some of that process may have been illegal. Is there a sense from people you're talking to that there's anything, this is a new front that they're trying to open up if they're trying to have retribution against Schiff too?
Well, and if Trump does this, he must be against the government. Maybe Trump's actually saying we have a deep state that is out of control, that feels as though that it's not beholden to the people. And that you need to clean up the mess, just like you need to clean up the mess in Chicago and in New York and in LA and in Portland. It's amazing. It really, I've lived enough to see the arc, all right? Going from the 70s to the 80s to the 90s to the 2000s, 2010s, now the 2020s, right? That's a lot of history. right? And I'm seeing that there is a polarization of this country, and that conservatives need to push back and push against this liberalism.
Jonathan, that's an interesting question, because what we hear is that there are certain people in the MAGA world who want to bring a sort of holistic prosecution. Their theory is that there was a conspiracy to violate Donald Trump's civil rights with all the investigations, whether you're talking about the Russia investigation, the Ukraine investigation, Jack Smith's special counsel investigations. They believe that everybody involved in these cases committed some kind of misconduct.
No, he's mixing it up. He's trying to, say there's some sort of conspiracy theory with all dots connect. There was coordination. Come on. Look at Letitia James and what was going on. Look at what was going on with Comey. Look at what was going on with Biden. Look at what was going on with Barack Obama and Hillary. Look at what was going on with Nancy Pelosi. There was a concerted effort to try to slow down Trump's first term, because they knew, because they thought that he wasn't going to win. And this was all going to be swept under the rug under Hillary Clinton, because Hillary Clinton was tied to it. But because Trump did get in, but Trump was too stupid and surrounded himself with people that were protecting the deep state, they slow-walked his policies, they demonized him, they tried to impeach him, and they thought, okay, you get rid of him in the second go-around, which they did. All right? And they were afraid that they were afraid that Trump was smart enough to find out. Now, unfortunately, he was not smart enough to find out during his first term. He surrounded himself by a bunch of deep staters that weren't for his policies or his administration. They were for the deep state. That was definitely obvious with Sessions, with the DOJ. That was definitely the case with the Pentagon. So, and I would say that even Lindsey Graham was tied to this, because he bought into the whole Russiagate hoax at the very beginning. So it's important to look at this from a wide-eyed perspective, that Trump wasn't smart enough during the first term. He surrounded himself with a bunch of deep staters that circumvented his policies, and there was a coordinated effort to try to hide, to try to get rid of Trump and to try to hide the impropriety that they were doing with the Russia hoax, because it was tied to the Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. That's what happened. Now, Trump and his staff wasn't smart enough to get that out to the public. But for sure, they were afraid. Remember what happened during the election night in 2016, and how Hillary Clinton wasn't willing to go out to the public and concede, and that she was throwing stuff around and saying, swearing up a storm and saying that they need to fix it, because she knew that Trump and his team would have access to what they did. Now, why didn't Trump go after Hillary? Why didn't Trump go after Barack Obama? He showed weakness, and this is another element of that tackle trade. Trump always chickens out because he didn't know what he was doing as a president that first year. He had no idea what he was doing. He was learning on the job. He didn't understand the bureaucracy. He didn't understand the players. And the deep state was able to take advantage of that. Now, when he came in for his second term, he was way more knowledgeable on how the system works. And now he's going after them. And that's what we're seeing now in the media. So partially, Trump's at fault. Why? Because he should have been smart enough and surrounded himself with people that would actually push his policies instead of surrounding himself with a bunch of deep staters. So he was wrong. It was part of his fault was his first term. His second term, he's hitting on all cylinders, and the media is oh, you're going after people. It's retribution. No, what it is actually shining a light that there was literally a coup. There was a coup that took place under Barack Obama, or they tried to do a coup. It was like partially successful because they weren't able to prevent Trump from getting into office, but they sure as hell prevented him from being the president that he could have been in his first term by slow walking and demonizing him and doing the impeachments and all this stuff. So that was somewhat of a coup. How successful? That's debatable with historians. But there was definitely impropriety. And now you got to hunt them down and charge them. But you have mainstream media with a bunch of fucking lawyers that like to litigate their whole life and litigate the whole country instead of having more engineers that actually improve the society and increase the GDP. Do you think our GDP increases because of lawyers? No. They're part of the problem. They're part of the problem.
And abuse Donald Trump's rights, and they're trying to sort of bring this massive case in their fantasy. And the reality is there isn't any evidence to support any of that. If there was, we would have seen it because the Trump administration has had control of the records for 9 months now. And so even the way they are distorting and bringing marginal cases.
Some of the records could have been destroyed. Some of the people in the deep state are still slow walking this. Look at what's happening in the DOJ. When they wanted to prosecute someone, you have people, lawyers, that say, I'm resigning because I don't believe in Pam Bondi and what she's doing. Or retiring or quitting the force for the FBI because they don't believe in Kash Patel. So the deep state's still in action here. Now, are they as effective as what they did in the first term for Trump? No, absolutely not. They're maybe only 10% or 20% effective, while they were 90, maybe 80 or 90% effective during the first term.
And some of these figures, it's hard to imagine they could bring that kind of case. But, look, we're less than a year into the Trump administration. We'll see where it goes.
We shall see. MSNBC Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Galanian, thank you so much.
And isn't it rich? Isn't it rich that you have Morning Joe, trying to use his platform to try to say that maybe Trump's an authoritarian? Meanwhile, what happened to his staffer when he was in Congress? There was a mysterious staffer that died. Wonder what happened there.
These political prosecutions are terrible. Exactly what MAGA world was being critical about in years past. As you look at Alvin Bragg and other prosecutions, I will say that you cross a line. You cross the Rubicon when you go after a sitting U.S. senator.
All right. Now, what's the genesis of that term? Crossing the Rubicon or passing the Rubicon. That was when Caesar was coming from Gaul after his campaign and went back to Rome. And he passed the Rubicon, literally. So we're starting to see kind of like these little hints in our prose, little hints of our history, our modern history, our contemporary history, and how it rhymes with what was happening with the Republic of Rome in Julius Caesar. You're starting to hear the little hints of it. Now, Trump is not Caesar, and he's not going to turn into an emperor. But what we are seeing is a representative government that's not listening to the will of the people because it's paying attention to the oligarchs It's paying attention to K Street. It's paying attention to the super PACs. It's paying attention to very wealthy individuals. And that is not sustainable if we want to maintain this constitutional republic. Let's continue.
Very interesting to see how Republicans and Democrats alike would respond to that.
David French, your latest opinion piece for the New York Times is entitled "How a Trump Judge Exposed the Trump Con," and in it you write about a decision by Judge Karen Immergut in Oregon,
Let me get this
who
straight.
issued that temporary restriction.
Let me get this straight. The New York Times, which is a super liberal paper, all right, titled "How a Trump Judge Exposed the Trump Con." Really? Can we come up with a title that seems a little bit less biased? Because, you know, I thought if it's fit for print, it's going to be in the New York Times. Shit.
Order to block President Trump's attempt to deploy the National Guard to Portland. Tell us about it.
Yeah, this was a fascinating judicial decision. And the reason is this, that Trump, when he's in court, is making a series of arguments about his authority and his power under Article 2 of the Constitution as commander-in-chief authority that says, you need to give me deference. If I'm going to be sending the National Guard into a city and I believe there's some sort of rebellion or I'm unable to execute the laws of the United States, you need to defer to my judgment there. And this is a shield that he's using against judicial review. And what this judge did, a Trump-appointed judge, was to say, wait a minute, the case authority says look, if these decisions are not made in good faith, or these decisions must be made in good faith, and if they're not being made in good faith, how much deference is he due? And so she did what courts should have been doing from day one with Donald Trump, which is take his words seriously. She looked at the words that he said about Portland, said they were untethered to the facts on the ground, and didn't give him all of that deference the way that other courts have, because he was misrepresenting the truth. And I think this is a key way forward for judges in dealing with Donald Trump. Don't just look at his lawyers' justifications or rationalizations. Look at what the man himself is saying. If what the man himself is saying is at odds with the law, it's at odds with the facts on the ground, then act accordingly.
New York Times opinion columnist David French, thank you very much for coming on this morning.
All righty, let's listen to Bloomberg, Balance of Power. But before we do that, please help support the work that I do, because where else are you going to find unvarnished opinions about Barack Obama? Get the great products that I offer. If you follow my advice and take the supplements that I'm taking every day, you're going to slow down the aging process, and you're going to boost up that immune system. And by boosting up your immune system will help you to weather the storm that's coming in the fall and the winter this year. Digestive enzyme complex, really important to help with your pancreatic health. This helps to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. By reducing the load on your pancreas will be healthier and have a longer lifespan, all right? Now, once you turn to about age 40, your pancreas doesn't perform as well as it used to, no matter how healthy you are, all right? So it's really important to take the digestive enzyme complex to break up those carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids, so you don't turn into Steve Jobs. You know what happened to Steve Jobs, right? All right? So digestive enzyme complex, take it, help with your pancreatic health, and it'll help you to absorb your nutrients and put less load on your digestive system. This also has bromelain in it. Bromelain is an enzyme that will help to break up clots. That's super important, because what's coming in the fall and the winter causes clots. Why? Because the S1 and S2 subunit. And digestive enzyme complex has proteolytic enzymes that help to break up glycoproteins. You're going to need that, because that's what's coming in the fall and the winter. Now, that's the reason why I said take digestive enzyme complex during the 2020 crisis. So not only are you helping with your pancreatic health, I highly recommend that you take this during the fall and winter. Now, you can pay attention to me or not pay attention to me. I don't really care. Ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. Ubiquinol will soak up free radicals, help the health of the mitochondria, you'll have more energy, so your ATP will be higher in your cells will perform better, and ubiquinol will help to protect your neurons. Super important. Once you turn age 40, you need to start protecting your neurons. Not just that, because of the crisis of 2020, 30% of the population that's over age 40 in the next 5 years is going to end up getting early onset of dementia at some level. 70% of that 30% will be due to micro stroke, microclots, so through a micro stroke or through a microhemorrhage. And when you have microhemorrhaging or microclotting that takes place, your blood flow is impaired and your neurons die. 24.5, maybe a little bit more than that, percent of the 30% will end up getting amyloidosis, plaque buildup on the brain. And less than 0.5%, closer to 0.1%, will be due to prion disease. Now, prion disease and amyloidosis they're similar because prion disease is a subset of amyloidosis. But both of those are due to misfolded proteins that stick together because of beta sheets. Now, it's really important to pay attention to me. If you protect your neurons with proper supplementation and getting better blood flow and creating a microenvironment, you're reducing the chances of the early onset of dementia. Now, you can pay attention to me or not, but there are a lot of adverse effects, what I call the shock wave from the 2020 crisis. Some of it's the big C. Some of it is autoimmune disorders. Some of it is a downregulation of the immune system, what I call AIDS-like syndrome. Some of it's dementia. So you better pay attention because I have not been wrong on this. Now, a lot of people want to just stick their head in the sand and pretend that things aren't happening. But guess what? Within 5 years, people that are 40 years of age or older, you're going to start seeing individuals having problems writing. You're going to start seeing people having problems reading. You're going to have people having problems speaking. You're going to notice them going, or having a hard time finding words, or they lose their thought, or they may have gait issues, or you may actually see them shaking a little bit, their hand, like a Parkinsonian shake. It's all going to happen in 5 years. 30% of the people that you know that are age 40 or older because of the crisis of 2020. Do you think a lawyer is going to save you?
Home. And instead today, what is he doing? He is greeting his dear friend, the president of Argentina, so the United States can give $20 billion of taxpayer money to Argentina. And now Rick is talking about the fact they want to get Chuck Schumer back. Well, what about helping the people in the United States who are both been laid off, both under Doge and during the shutdown, which is an excuse for more federal layoffs, and also all of the people who are millions.
What's wrong with laying off workers at the federal government? They're overtaxing us. Maybe less government is better government. You ever heard that? Why do we need government? Why do we need so much government? Now, I don't want anarchy, but the thing is that sure as hell don't need a bureaucratic state.
Looking at the soybean issue, have said this is a mistake. And so I'm not sure this is about, wanting to pay the troops. I don't know anybody in the Democratic side who doesn't want to pay the troops or keep WIC going. But we should be investing in the American people. The government should be open, and they should be doing the work they have to do.
Well, I'll bite on this because I've
Wait. The government needs to invest in the American people? Yeah. Why do we have this nanny state? Why is it that it's top down? Why isn't it just like there's chaos in the invisible hand of the marketplace? The bourgeoisie virtues. What's wrong with that? No. We got to have nanny state to come down and, make things better, even though they make things worse. Because if the government keeps on spending, especially if it's inappropriate spending or it's not productive spending, then it just adds to the deficit. So they tax you more. We'll have to issue more bonds at higher interest rates, and we become indebted. And guess what? Just like what the Bible says, if you're indebted, you're a slave.
Secretary Bessent has friends who are involved in economy there, and they want to see Milei get reelected, and that's coming up. And he just got waxed in the Buenos Aires province by the Peronistas. So bad counter programming. Bad counter programming, says.
All right, let's take a look at another video here. Let's listen to the Hill. It's about
Newspapers.com. The past. Read all about it.
Food security is national security. Phosphate powers America's farmers, but global competitors like Russia and China threaten to control.
Well, the Defense Department issued new rules for press in the Pentagon, and several major outlets are now saying that they're not going to sign them. These new rules bar journalists from accessing large parts of the Pentagon without an escort, and also stipulate that Secretary Hegseth can revoke reporters' credentials if they ask anyone in the department for information.
Wait. Wouldn't that be stopping leaks? Wouldn't that be adding discipline to the Pentagon? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with adding discipline to the Pentagon? What's wrong with stopping leaks? Why does the press absolutely have to be in every room knowing everything? They don't. They don't need to know everything. They make their bread and butter on leaks. They make their bread and butter on leaks.
Not approved for release.
Now, Hegseth's team has set a deadline for today for reporters to acknowledge the policy in writing, and if they don't, they'll have to turn their badges and clear out their workspaces as soon as tomorrow.
So what?
In response, the New York Times, Washington Post, Atlantic, Reuters, Associated Press, CNN, and even the conservative network Newsmax have stated publicly that they will not sign on to those rules.
Well, maybe they won't be there then. But think about CNN. When they say a story, they go, someone close official. They won't say the name usually, but it's like, we know an official that's saying this, or, where do you think a lot of that's coming from? It's coming from either Congress or the Pentagon. So Hegseth is right. Plug the fucking leaks.
In their decision Monday, writing in a statement, quote, "We steadfastly believe in the press protections afforded by the U.S. Constitution, the unrestricted flow of information and journalism that serves the public."
Well, let me get this straight. The unrestricted flow of information and journalism? Well, why don't we just have the journalists in the Situation Room while they're doing their war planning so they can publish it on the front page of the New York Times before we actually do the operation? Why don't we do that? Because it's unrestricted flow of information and journalism that serves the public interest without fear or favor. There's certain things that they don't need to know. Or if they do need to know it's, after the fact, because there's a war to be planned or an attack to be planned or whatever. They have press conferences. The Pentagon has press conferences. They can ask questions. They're not saying that they're not going to have a press conference, but why do they need to be embedded in the Pentagon? Do we have someone embedded in the Oval Office when the president's making decisions? Do we have a reporter embedded with the cabinet with all discussions? No. Why don't we have reporters on an aircraft carrier at all times? Or what about a B-2 bomber? Unrestricted access and flow of information. Why? Why don't we have a reporter on every single aircraft that's part of the military? And every single boat? Why don't we embed every single journalist and a journalist in every single platoon? Unfettered access. See how ridiculous this is?
The Pentagon's new restrictions erode those fundamental values. And New York Times Washington Bureau Chief Richard Stevenson echoed Reuters' reasoning in a statement of his own words, saying, quote, journalists from the New York Times will not sign the Pentagon's revised press pass policy, which threatens to punish them for ordinary news gathering protected by the First Amendment. He continued, the public has a right to know how the government and military are operating.
Meanwhile, Newsmax gave a less detailed explanation of their refusal to sign on, saying simply, we believe the requirements are unnecessary and onerous and hope that the Pentagon will review the matter further. So far, the Pentagon has been dismissive of reporters' concerns. Chief spokesperson Sean Parnell insists that the rules establish common sense media procedures, saying, quote, the policy does not ask for them to agree, just to acknowledge that they understand what our policy is. This has caused reporters a full-blown meltdown, crying victim online. We stand by our policy because it's what's best for us.
And most reporters are stupid. Most reporters are not intellectual. Most reporters do not have a science background. Most reporters are liberal. And they have a certain agenda to try to demonize the Republican Party and to promote the party of the Democrats. But not just that, they want to do gotcha. They want to try gotcha questions. They don't want to solve the problem. Back during FDR, which I don't think FDR was that great of a president, but his whole New Deal thing was actually illegal. But all the Democrats think that, oh, it was so great. And Trump is all bad. But their icon, their Lord FDR broke the law with the New Deal. All right, but put that aside. During FDR's time, he would be sitting in a room with reporters, and he would say, this is on the record or off the record. All right? And he wanted to get the opinion of the reporters. So he would say, this is off the record. What do you think is, what do you think we should be doing in Appalachia? Or what do you think we should be doing with arming the UK to fight Germany? All right? And the different reporters would give you their opinions. That was a means to just get a pulse of the room. All right? Because these reporters knew their constituency, where they were reporting from. And then when he wanted to make a comment, he would say, this is on the record, and he would make a comment, and then they would be able to publish it. You can't do that today. Why? Because you can't trust the press corps. Because the moment you ask a question saying, this is off the record, what do you think we should be doing? They'll publish that. They'll write a book about it. Because there's no ethics. So who are they trying to kid? There's no ethics with these journalists. It's all about clicks, ad revenue, notoriety, trying to get viral.
Of this country. As for Secretary Hegseth, he responded to the Times statement on X with a waving emoji, which many took to mean goodbye. So there's a little bit of semantics going on. They're saying that reporters just have to acknowledge that this policy exists because the Defense Department has the right to set its own policy. It has the right to say there's going to be no press allowed, whatever, in the building. Whether that's a good idea or not is a different matter. So it's not really it's not like the First Amendment doesn't give me or journalists or anyone the right to just access the Pentagon freely. Now, do I think they should have to acknowledge that? Well, maybe they can acknowledge it, but I don't want. Bottom line is, if they obtain some information that was not been approved by the Defense Department for release, they're going to publish it, and that'd be the right thing to do. You could be in both ideological directions with that. What if they found out, what if Newsmax or Fox News or me or someone found out that they still had DEI or something going on in some aspect of the Defense Department, and that's something our viewers, readers, etc. want to care about? I'm going to write about that, even if it's embarrassing for the Pentagon and they wouldn't want conservatives to know about it. Still going to do it. So, yeah, some policy of silence that enforced by the secretary is not it's no bueno. Not going to do it.
And I think what you want is accurate and impartial news, right? A journalist's job, whether it's for Newsmax or The Hill or News Nation, is to go in there and figure out what the story is through the truth. And so some people might not like how the truth turns out, right? And
some
part of it,
charge might not, yeah.
Right, some people in charge at the Pentagon might not like how the truth turns out, but by signing this document, you're agreeing that, okay, we are going to punish you if you're critical of us, basically, because it's not that you're unaware. Because before this, there would be public outcry, right? If the New York Times gets thrown out of the Pentagon because they reported a story that actually has a slew of facts around the Pentagon or something that's going on that they're not telling the American public, then the New York Times would look like they are amazing. Everybody would praise the story and be happy that they broke the news and had the whistleblower. But then now the Pentagon has the authority through signing this to say, get out, without the public having outcry because they agreed upon it, right? It's like signing a contract. And I just don't think that's how we want to run things. Obviously, I understand for national security, you don't want secrets about how we're going to, secrets about how we're going to, look into the next possible altercations with other countries being released early and tipping people off, or how we're going to handle Russia and Ukraine next and what days we're going to do it. But generally, that is not the stuff that's being
battle plan.
Yes, that's not the stuff that's being leaked, right?
News outlets,
because they understand the implications of doing something like that. Right. So I think by Hegseth and his team hiding behind the fact that they think people might release some sensitive information. No, it's only sensitive to the people that may be doing something a little bit unsavory and that America would find out about it. And I find it interesting, and I like that Newsmax has also signed on with this as much as the other outlets that you call.
It could, as I said, it could affect in both directions.
In any way. And
there could be concerns conservatives have, even with a Republican-led Defense Department or a Democratic-led Defense Department, about how it's being operated. Again, the American people, right and left, should have access to more information. More of our government routinely keeps things secret because it wants to keep you in the dark. It wants, if it's not living up to conservative expectations, to MAGA values, well, we should be able to have that information and be able to hold them accountable. So I don't like that whole, well, it's at Pete Hegseth's discretion for what to release. Well, of course, he can operate that way, he can feel that way about it, but we should stand with news organizations on both the right and left that want to call to attention important stories, even if they're not pre-approved by the administration.
And people should be aware on both sides of the aisle that this is a 4-year term. So whatever happens in the next election is going to affect the way we move forward. And if we do get someone, let's say like a Newsom, who wants to play this game that Republicans are playing right now, then what happens when Newsom, Taco Trump. So it's like, what happens when we go forward and the next person in charge is like, okay, we're going to make all these rules to affect Democrats. Like, I don't want to live in a country where we keep playing that ping pong. And I say this on so many levels. I say that they shouldn't have prosecuted Trump in the way that they did. And I think that Trump should not be going after Letitia James, Comey, everyone that he is. But this goes beyond that right now. We're talking about just simple press. Like, imagine Democrats saying, oh, we're going to kick Newsmax out of the Pentagon just because we don't like the way that they're reporting. Like, that's not the way that we want to live. We're getting closer and closer to that uncomfortable thing that I keep bringing up, which is state-run media. You don't want only positive news about either side coming out. And the fact that we have access to so many different perspectives now with YouTube and media that comes out online and the free press now doing their thing with CBS, we have unlimited information, sometimes wrong, and that's problematic, but unlimited. And so when President Trump is allowing new and young media to come into spaces while at the same time Hegseth is trying to block people from reporting anything true, these are like oxymorons. They don't make any sense. Either you're going to open it up and embrace this new media, or you're going to become antiquated and make people distrustful.
Yeah, I like embracing new media, although some of the new media people they use ask very sycophantic questions, and it's not really hard-hitting journalism. Some of that is okay, because entertainment and personal flavor matter too. It's how people want to get their news, but still need a little bit of heart.
Yeah, you got to actually do that.
And the only part of the policy I don't have a problem with, and I don't know about this, I've not been to the Pentagon, I've not done reporting there, so I don't know. I can't imagine it's not a secure facility, but the idea of journalists just wandering, or I don't even know that takes place, but they can't just, if they can't wander through the building, do they wander through the building? I can't imagine that actually happens, but fine, they need to be escorted around.
I guess pulling to the side somebody who doesn't like the current policy but works there but wants to be the whistleblower. They're not right about that.
Gotta meet in gotta wear one of those overcoats and be in a parking garage.
Exactly.
Very deep throat type thing. I got a story for you.
Coming up, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is offering some.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the nattokinase. This is fibrinolytic. It's going to break up clots and help to control your lipid profile. This will help with your cardiovascular health. Super important to take every day. Vitamin D3 will help to absorb calcium. If you do resistance training, it'll also help to build denser bone. Vitamin D3 is a vitamin that will help with gene expression because it's a cofactor. And vitamin D3 helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis. Super important. Take vitamin D3 for the fall and the winter, and it will reduce the severity. Please go to my store and get the lignans. Lignans will help with your immune system and your endocrine system, soak up free radicals and bring down inflammation. Turmeric brings down inflammation and soaks up free radicals. And ashwagandha root helps to control cortisol levels and blood glucose levels. When you stack these together, guess what? You're helping your immune system. You're helping your cardiovascular system. And by bringing down inflammation, you're helping your brain function. This is a very powerful stack that you should be doing. And this, if you take every day, will help to slow down the aging process. But you really need this during the fall and the winter to boost up that immune system. Because guess what? This fall and the winter is going to be problematic.
Are viewing with anxiety. They don't want this deal to fall apart. They don't want another cycle of violence beginning again in Gaza as Israel and Hamas start to feud and bicker over the details here. The number of bodies, exactly where Israeli troops retreat to, and things like that.
Well, this is a pretty delicate moment we're in. We were discussing yesterday what will be required in terms of dismantling the tunnel network underneath Gaza. And if Hamas police are on the streets, you're going to have IDF forces sharing blocks with them. How does that remain a ceasefire?
This is everything you're talking about are potential flashpoints that have long bedeviled any attempt to get this type of ceasefire. These were the deals, I think, to some degree, that the Biden administration was trying to hash out in advance. And it was so difficult to get buy-in on some of those that there was never any deal, right? And so the Trump administration has pushed forward very quickly to the hostage part, which was always the main part. But now come the details. Well, these were the things that, where there's a lot of disagreement on.
As we move, assuming we move into phase two in any concerted form, there's going to be a real conversation about who governs Gaza. Now, there's this temporary authority, of course, and that has yet to be fulfilled. This board of peace has yet to be named, from what I understand. But the idea of a two-state solution is not embraced by all the parties who signed off on this, is it?
No, and that's putting it mildly. I mean, the Israeli parliament condemned any attempt to go forward with this. They view it as rewarding Hamas for October 7th.
But we heard El-Sisi on a microphone in front of the president endorse that idea yesterday. How do we get around that?
I think that is what the region views as a solution to this.
Yeah.
And historically, the U.S. has also viewed that as a solution. But, historically also, the U.S. and Israel have been very fast, close allies. And so it is a difficult thing to bridge. And I think probably an attempt will be to bridge it with vague enough language, a vague enough timeline that you can appease regional actors and potentially the Palestinians with a process that moves it forward, but in Israel's view, probably doesn't move it forward enough, or moves it forward in a way where Israel can maybe pull the plug on it if they don't want it.
You've been covering this for years by way of your beat on diplomacy, on the State Department. You've traveled with multiple secretaries of state into the region. Is the narrative correct that Israel's neighbors want to do business, that there's an economic incentive to normalize trade ties with Israel, that there is in fact opportunity there, or is that being overblown here in the United States?
I think it's true in that there is an undercurrent of a lot of regional leaders wanting to do business with a dynamic economy, but there are these long-standing cultural issues that for them, with their own population, gets in the way of them signing those kind of deals.
We need to keep talking about this with the help of Ian Marlowe. I thank you, Ian, for the insights as always. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for spending some time with us on the Tuesday edition. I'll meet you back here 5 p.m. Eastern for the late edition of Balance of Power. We'll see if they get in front of the cameras with President Milei. This is
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. It's 1,000 times stronger than vitamin C. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or MCT coconut oil. C60 is a carbon molecule of 60 carbons, and it's going to absorb, neutralize those free radicals. When you're neutralizing free radicals in your cell, the cell stress levels go down, the cell will perform better, the mitochondria will be healthier, you'll be producing more ATP, you're going to have more energy, your tissues will perform better, your organ systems will perform better. Your immune system will improve, your endocrine system will improve. By soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you reduce plaque formation, and by taking C60 and absorbing free radicals at the cerebral level, your neurons will perform better. You'll have more ATP in the neuron. The mitochondria will perform better. You're producing more neurotransmitters. You have less stress in the neurons, so the myelin sheath will be protected, and the structure of the myelin sheath the integrity of the structure of the myelin sheath will be maintained. And over time, you'll have better neuroplasticity, so you'll be thinking faster. Your memory will be better. I've been taking C60 since 2016. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. It's important to take it every day. Also, C60 improves the basal layer of your skin, so your skin will improve over time. Now, you're going to feel the effects of C60 within about 2 months. You'll have more energy, and your immune system starts to get better, and you're bringing down inflammation. You're improving the health of your different tissues. By taking it over a year or more, what's going to happen is you're going to notice a physical change in the way you look. You will look younger, all right? Because you're slowing down the aging process. What's a part of the aging process? If you have a lot of inflammation, you have a lot of free radicals, you speed up aging. If your immune system is bad and it's not performing well, then you age faster. But if you soak up free radicals and you bring down inflammation, you age slower. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. That's my broadcast for today. Thank you for listening. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. Make sure you use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day.